How is everybody doing today? Let me put this to the side because I don't really need Discord up for this. Boom. We have visuals. Righty ho. Hopefully I'm coming through. Yes, audio seems to be registering. Sorry, there's a bit of a slow start because, well, I don't really have a reason to give you. We're going to snooze that ad real quick. Probably should have run an ad. Hey there, Kotaru. Audio is a bit phone. What do you mean? Is it low? Is it over compressed? Can you be a little bit more specific? While Kotaru gives us a sit rep, I'm gonna try to go through some of the recent happenings that have occurred since last Tuesday. The news cycle has been pretty active. I can try to speak up a little bit too. The frequency bandwidth is narrow. See, you are very specific, which I appreciate, but also that is now going completely over my head. Like it's a small condenser mic, volume is fine. So I am using a Razer Seirane Elite, which has not been a great microphone in my experience. Like I've had more success with a smaller microphone. Let me see. I guess I can throw up my, maybe it's the filters that are the issue because I've tried to configure those. So I currently have a 3-band equalizer, an expander, and a compressor on. So would you say that it's over compressed or no, 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 absolutely not a headset mic. No, I am using a boom mic on an arm. Just a second, let me show that. Razer Seiren Elite. I would rather show it on Razer's website because that doesn't show my zip code. Might be the compression. Okay, let's see. Let's try to tap it down slightly. Is this better? If the comp is too aggressive, it will make it sound a little bit clipping. Okay, is this better? See, now I'm going blind. I'm going entirely off of Kotaru's input here. We can workshop this, but this is the mic I'm using. That's better. Turn up my volume a little bit. Oh, that's difficult. I can turn up the gain slightly. Just a second. We're at 1250. I'm going to save that setting. Oh no, that's going to be actually a lot. Is this better? Okay, let's see. Let's set it to a positive gain setting. Is this better? 111. Testing, testing, testing. The expander is probably what's going to give us a little bit more. Still a bit low, but you can understand me fine. Okay, let's bring the gain up slightly. Okay, is this better? 111. Is this gainy enough for you? I may have to. I do have manual gain. What the fuck am I doing? Just a second. I do have native gain. Okay, I need to set just a second. Let's see, microphone, monitor and output, 111, 111, 111. This is decreasing gain. This is increasing gain. Okay. What do you think about this? So this is probably a little bit overgained. Does this sound good? Thank you for troubleshooting that, Kotar. I really appreciate that. I always get the hardest time to coax chat into giving me any feedback on audio because I understand audio is fucking arcane. Okay, so we are unfortunately forced back into the news cycle. So recently, someone posed a question. I questioned the delivery of it, but the intention seems to be at least interesting to explore. So, would 100 men be able to best a single gorilla was the hypothetical proposed. And I believe it's at this point pretty much a point of consensus that yes, 100 men would be able to defeat a single silverback gorilla because we are a social species and we are also persistence hunters. So, despite the very marked disparity in strength, there should be a capability of doing that. If they surround and dogpile it, I mean, unit tactics are also in play. You could just force the gorilla to gas itself out before you actually get in range of hurtfulness. But generally, in the absolute most in the vast majority of scenarios, I do not want to promote myself. Thank you. In the vast majority of scenarios, the 100 men will best the gorilla, despite what everyone is going to try to tell you. And it's interesting to note that most of the people trying to be contrarian on the subject were women, which tells you a lot. Spend the whole time running away, that get tired before the average person. Exactly. That was sort of the evolutionary fork that separated the sort of chimp branch of greater primates from gorillas. Well, that and intelligence. Just a moment. I'm refreshing my tea. I've also had some great success in my bonsais recently, which I'm very proud of. A gorilla's bone density and what not being higher than humans, not really a concern because you don't really want to try to defeat bone even when you're faced with a human opponent. Like it is very rare that you would want to challenge bone on bone density, bone on bone contact, because that's not a good long term strategy. You want to target areas that are soft and have a plethora of nerve endings. So eyes, exposed airways are usually going to be your go-to. Yes, let's attack the strong point. A brilliant strategy, exactly. That's why you don't want to go bone on bone when you're checking kicks. But yes, a more interesting subject that I would offer to explore is Konnichiwa right back at you, motherfucker. Hey there, not Lankara. So I think a more interesting hypothetical to explore is, would 100 average-sized VTubers be able to beat a single Nara deer if that deer is aware, or at the very least convince, that the VTubers all have crackers? If the fight takes place in a jungle, plenty of pointy sticks and things to stab the gorilla. Yes, that's sort of part of a larger point, sort of a demon. Because gorillas are foliovores, means that they generally do not benefit from an excess of fatigue or the capacity for any kind of, mental heavy lifting. That's why you sort of see a pattern of any intelligent ape, be it chimpanzees or humans, those are going to predominantly be omnivores because, a pattern seeking brain is a luxury resource wise. It takes up a lot of glucose to run. It takes a lot of resources to nurture it in the prenatal stages. But yeah, with the matchup between VTubers and deer, I'd say the result is a bit of a toss up if you exclude very obvious outliers like Alpin and myself. None of them will survive. Most of them are underweight and very small. Yes, that is a very likely scenario. Well, some of them are underweight, others are overweight, but not in a way that's going to lend itself to any kind of utility. Because remember, the primary filter of a lot of VTubers is doing their first hand cam stream and showing off their diabetes fingers. So yes. Uh, the White House did a funny thing, and I am completely here for it. Apparently, there's now a lo-fi MAGA executive order study relaxant study soundtrack. You've been working demolition for the past month. You're doing fine against the deer. See, you are breaking the mold. You are no longer an average VTuber. You tower over the typical Discord kitten. What separates us from dangerous animals is the human ability to create. That and opposable thumbs are really the driving force behind the human matchup against any predator. Well, see, I would say yes, to your larger point, it is the human capability of altering our environment by means of either extracting tools from said environment or creating an environment that is generally beneficial to us. That, and we are, as we are blessed with a spoken language and several proxies for a spoken language, we are able to quickly coordinate with other members of the species. One rat sneeze and half of our species is done? Not really, for all of the aforementioned reasons. Like, generally, there's not been a real outbreak of any kind of naturalistic pathogen that was of any kind of real circumstance. Mind you, I'm adding the caveat of naturally occurring pathogen for a very good reason there. Because remember when you were called a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, Alex Jones fan, a racist for some reason, for suggesting that the virus may have escaped from the Wuhan coronavirus lab? And even that did not pan out to be all it was chalked out to be. Realistically, we did more damage just to ourselves. Do I want to change up our environment a little bit? Probably don't. Let's stay where we are right now. I'm just gonna stretch the Chrome because I actually don't want to yap all day. I actually wanted to play some video. But yeah, the lo-fi channel is a thing. So look for the repost. I'm probably going to be co-opting this little meme because it's so cool. I just want to have it with proprietary Kuromaru branding, and we're gonna go forward with that. In other news, race relations are really not doing great today. So I'm not going to play the audio because I'm pretty sure that Twitch will not appreciate the utterance, the self-defense use of a gamer word. So we're going to leave that to the imagination of people in chat. Hey there, Digby. You've seen this one? You're about to see more. Strap in. There is no getting off Mr. Bones' wild ride. So, for those of you not in the know, as function of you not being terminally online, God, I envy you so much. A Minnesota mother was out in the playground, and her child was apparently accosted by another child. And by accosted, I mean the child was trying to dispossess her. I'm going to guesstimate 3-year-old from something that they had. Generally, someone was trying to be a playground bully because he can, and the mother has cast the gamer word at him. Which is, in a vacuum, probably not great. But again, that's why I refer to it as a self-defense use of a gamer word. At that point, a Somalian man accused of kidnapping and raping a minor, along with another Somalian man, who was for some reason at the playground with no relation to the child, heard the utterance of the gamer word, and has proceeded to make the infamous mobile phone recording that he then proceeded to post online, only to then discover that the internet works both ways. Fun fact, the guy who recorded everything this week, yeah, exactly, not Linkara. I just brought that up. So he's currently not being accused because it is Minnesota. The case was dropped with a very, I looked into it. the case was dropped with a very strange byline and no information other than it was done in the interest of justice. So, given the profile of Minnesota and given that Tim Walz is the governor of Minnesota, I don't hold a lot of confidence in the veracity of that particular ruling. So, yes, I will still maintain that the Somalian illegal pedophile has no business of being, never mind you at the playground, not in prison in general, preferably in an El Salvadorian one. So yes, yeah, the mother is currently being doxxed and accosted by the internet, and as a product of that, she has started a Give Send Go. Not sure if I can find the actual Give Send Go campaign. But I believe she has managed to fundraise something to the effect of $200,000, $300,000, some significant amount. Not generational wealth, but given her circumstances of having to hide from a mob of people who have a proven track record for blatant and very, very wanton violence, I can see how she's going to have to use most of that money just to get the fuck away from those people. So yeah, they're doing 5 to 10 minute videos on Xi'an over TikTok. That is how upset they are. Could be generational wealth with proper investment. If she didn't have the immediate expense of having to move, yes. Unfortunately, there is also the unfortunate caveat of living in Minnesota, where, for example, procuring a gun and a concealed carry permit is generally difficult and time-consuming. But I couldn't help but chuckle, at the fact that they're upset at her using a gamer word. Why is there another fucking ad break? Didn't we just run an ad break? Interesting. Cartoon stands upset that the kid wasn't corrupted by Steven Universe. They're upset about something. But what I did notice is none of those videos are for some reason upset about the accused rapist and kidnapper Somalian immigrant loitering at a playground with no relation to any of the children currently at the playground. What was he doing there? Why was bro there? Oni Dojo, do you frequently loiter at playgrounds with no child of your own? Please discuss amongst yourselves. What was he doing at that playground? What is the possibility that before he hit Reddit Gold that he was actually prowling for another child to nonce? Makes you think. All right, in other news, since as we've covered neighbor fatigue, let's now move on to sand neighbor fatigue. Either passing by or scoping for a target? See, I bias towards the latter in my assessment. Sargon, if you...
This is one of the worst things I've seen in a long time. Now, this video, as you can see, is titled by Basil the Great here. A 13-year-old girl speaks about what it's like being in school with, quote, Asian folks. Absolutely horrific. Now, they're not just Asian folks. And I'm sure this video is quite old.
I really hate the way the British use the word Asian. Why did you have to do that? Like, I know that present company isn't part of the problem, but why the fuck would you even let them do? Why did you let the communists dilute the word Asian to include people who are very much not Asian?
Well, I think it's about a decade old, but it's the first time I've ever seen it, and I mean, it's genuinely heartbreaking. And what it reveals to us is what life is actually like in a two-tier system when you are at the bottom. When the state has its face set against you and your people and towards a foreign group and foreign people.
By the British neoliberal definition, you could... Thank you, Vinian. That's definitely how that was supposed to work. Just a second. I guess it's a recall problem. Let's see. Patch gotcha signage. Did I rewire some of the call nods incorrectly? Let me quickly check that. Message, cooldown. Twitch ads are as bad as a Somalian child touchers. Sorry about that, not Lankara. I sometimes have to emerge from the cave of political content in order to get a crumb of visibility in the algo. Okay, so it shouldn't be that. Let me try something. Okay, this one works. Fuck, what is the delay caused by? These are all patched into the audio. That's right. Are you patched into the audio? Contains text. Okay. See, text cooldowns on cooldown confirmation. Go to text filter. Oh, sorry. Back here. Compare text true. That's a different one. Why the fuck are you here? Oh, never mind, because that's a different mix. There you go. That's the one I'm trying to look at. Am I fucking stupid? Did I set up my own thing and then I forgot how it works? Just a second, I'll figure it out. On true. Yes, they all show. Okay, so it's just Vinian being slow on recall. Never mind. Excuse me for this short diversion.
And they know it. When they know...
But to your previous comment, Don Lankara, see, at the very least, Twitch is known to touch Twitch thoughts rather than children. Well, at least for the most part.
That the state will not protect you. You are outside of the grace of the law, and the state will protect them, even if they do something wrong. This is the kind of treatment that you foster. This is the kind of treatment that you encourage. And honestly, this was difficult watching for me. And we're going to watch it together. And I'm sorry that I have to do this to you, but it's really, really cruel that the British state will do this to an English girl. And the reason that they're doing it to her is because she comes from the working class. She is an acceptable sacrifice to them. It's not happening to middle-class children. I retweeted this, tagging Ed Davey, saying, Ed, any thoughts? Didn't reply, weirdly enough, because this would have been quite unpleasant for him to deal with.
Would this... So here's the thing. My thinking is that at this point, the British middle class is as much of a acceptable target for the elites as the working class children are.
So anyway, let's watch this together. And
like, if a band of Pakistanis were to hypothetically nonce even more, and it would affect middle-class white girls, I'm pretty sure that the response would be as limp-wristed as the Rotherham case, because I've seen no indication of the contrary.
Try and maintain your calm. Do not post anything silly in the comments, please.
Not that there's much of a middle class left.
Try and maintain your calm. Do not post anything silly in the comments, please. And just be very reasonable, because this is what we're up against.
This was a conversation point on a Broken Crown stream, which Spoon, for some reason, struggles with understanding. So Sargon was not only recently remonetized on his Akkad Daily channel, he is also a business owner. He is a business owner, a father, and an employer. Who lives in England. He cannot possibly glow as much as he wants to. And for some reason, people are struggling to understand that. That's why sometimes he has to speak in code.
And you go to a local school?
Yeah.
Have you lived in this area all your life?
Yeah.
You're having problems at school. Can you just elaborate on the kind of problems that you're having?
Asian boys coming up to me and saying, I'm going to rape you, and if you don't go with me, I'm going to punch you in the face with a knuckle duster, and if you don't, give me a blowjob.
And this is...
Right.
Well, again, Digby, I sort of understand the sentiment, but I think he is more effective when he straddles the line and he keeps the Lotus Eaters open to work than if he were to do a fucking a spoon style crash out and then have the fucking feds knock on his door. He is a father of a family, and he is also an employer. So by glowing too hard, he would endanger other people. So I wouldn't say that the descent that he's doing is safe. The descent that he is doing is sustainable in the condition of the British law as it currently stands. He's always been like that, though, before all that. Yeah, but he still lived in the UK, and like all of that was still like glowing any harder was still prosecutable. And also, you know what? He still has the the odd moment when his first reaction to hearing something like that is calling for the perps to be hanged. Europe is basically fucked on all accounts. Listen, they're trying to unfuck themselves. Like, you know, at the very reform, like, yes, caveated in all of the bad opinions that you could have about Nigel Farage, they did clean house. We are, like, Britain is getting closer to 0 seats for both the Labour and the traitorous Tory party. General impression, a good chunk of the British right have of him that he's likely works for the government. You see, that is a very common cognitive heuristic, usually shared by spiteful basement dwelling midwits, because they think that they should have a, you know, however many thousand large YouTube channel. They think that they should have access to Sargon's platform. They forget that, you know, they explain the disparity between their undiscovered brilliance and Sargon's platform, for example, or any other notable figure who is, you know, in perceived opposition to the status quo, as being either the feds or the Jews or both. That is extremely common. So, yeah, I generally don't, should I put this? I do not lend a lot of credibility to that. You got to remember, though, that in the UK there is a very long history of government infiltrating, subverting, and propping up groups of individuals as controlled oppositions. I think the damage that Sargon has realistically done to the discourse on YouTube from their point of view would have warranted just putting him down at this point. Realistically, he was one of the biggest contrarian voices on early political YouTube, because he is also he's a better presenter. That's a very unfortunate freeze frame, by the way.
I mean,
okay, this is better. Because realistically, he is a better presenter long term than Destiny. He doesn't engage in internet blood sports. He's not a cuck. Despite whatever opinions you may have about marrying single mothers, let's leave those outside the door for now. He does not have the horrendous baggage of Destiny. He's reasonably well spoken, and he is very well self-educated, and he presents very common sense points in a way that has that good viral element to them, which I don't think that a government could ever design, because the government is fundamentally operated by incompetent people. And again, Sargon has single-handedly spawned an entire orbit of the sort of political commentariat. He's single-handedly spawned the winning side of the culture war, basically. I wouldn't say that, for example, Trump winning in 2016 is a direct consequence of Sargon, but he's definitely contributed to that. And if he was a creation, if he is a golem spawned by the Globo Homo, they've definitely lost control of him a long time ago.
That on its face is monstrous, right?
Not only that, if you another thing, I don't think that he is a creation of the government, because he's also one of the earliest people to talk about the Rotherham rape scandals, the Rotherham grooming gangs. Last big ones you had from your government was National Front, who were so blindingly obvious you're amazed people joined to hijack it. But yeah, so the thing that I wanted to bring up, I believe the earliest videos that Sargon did, even before Gamergate, were on the Rotherham grooming gangs, which was a subject that absolutely no one in the establishment ever wanted to touch. And here's this fucking guy who works in a fucking call center suddenly, lifting up that particular stone, and the cockroaches aren't even bothering to scatter. And it was called a conspiracy theory for the longest time. The state very much wanted you to stop noticing. And even now, they begrudgingly acknowledge the fact that, yes, it happened, but they would still like you to stop noticing. Because every time they try to discuss the grooming gangs, they caveat it with, well, let's not notice any patterns here. Surely there's no connection with the fact that the perpetrators are all predominantly Pakistani Muslim men. That has nothing to do with any reason for the actual grooming gangs.
So Asian boys, I'm assuming a bit older than her, are demanding sex with a 13-year-old, which is crazy. And if she doesn't consent, they're threatening her. Like, give me sex, give me a blowjob, or I'm going to knock you in the face with a knuckle duster. The transcript is a bit wrong. Presumably it was done by AI and they didn't catch her accent. But I can understand her accent. And, I mean, this is just horrific. And this is what young men can be like when the power structure doesn't care what they do.
Not only that, there also needs to be a certain component of them being emboldened by their internal culture versus the dominant culture. For example, Russia has its own brand of Asians. They're called Chechens and Dagestanis. Coincidentally, also Muslim. I wonder what's the connection. But usually, when left to their own devices, they are going to try to pull shit that's very similar to that. The difference is, and I don't think that's actually different. I assume that the quote-unquote Asian boys doing what's being described in the video also operate in large groups. The Chechens and the Russian Muslims, the Russian Muslim minorities, also do that in groups because it's easier to shirk accountability. It is easier to deal with any physical resistance that they might receive. Because there is also an understanding of, if the Chechens are in a minority, and they try to do that, and I'm using Chechens as shorthand in this particular point because it's going to be the fucking Dagestanis, the Kazakhs. No, forget if the Kazakhs are predominantly Muslim at this point. The Uzbeks, the Central Asians, and the Caucasus Mountain dwellers. So they have a very acute understanding of the fact that if that is attempted by someone who does not have the immediate backing of multiple people present, he will likely be identified. And here's the key difference between Slavs and Europeans. The Slavs still have quite a bit of balls about them, so they will just find him and kick the shit out of him. The only exception to that rule is if said Muslim boy has connections within the local police, which is not an infrequent occurrence, to throw a double negative at you.
And especially, let's be honest, they're probably not doing this to the Asian girls, are they?
Yep.
They're probably just doing this to her because she's not a part of their in-group.
And doing that to an Asian girl would get her to tell that to her father, and then her father would probably kick the boy's teeth in. But a white working class father in Britain is for some reason incapable of exercising the same authority over the quote-unquote Asian boys.
And as she says, this is happening to several girls.
It's happening at the school to several girls. It's not an individual case.
No, it's happening to lots of girls.
Do you think the teachers and the authorities are aware of this?
Yeah.
So they've told the teachers, they've told the authorities, these Asian boys are treating us in a way that is completely degrading, utterly inhumane, just actually barbaric.
It's also interesting that the Pakistani boys, let's call a spade, are carrying around knuckle dusters. Digby, remind me, I believe knuckle dusters are specifically listed on the UK offensive weapons lists, right?
Genuinely barbaric. And they're threatening us with violence, sexual violence. 13-year-old girls, 13-year-old English girls being threatened with sexual violence by Asian boys. And what happens when the authorities are told, do you think? What do you think the response of the authorities is?
I mean, you're probably aware that the Edge of the City programme focused on young girls like yourself who are being targeted by Asians to be groomed in this particular area. Do you think that was an accurate description of what is happening?
Yes.
Have you contacted the police regarding them threatening to rape you?
Yeah.
And what's the police response has been?
They said that they're going to look into it.
So that is the authorities turning a blind eye, the teachers turning a blind eye, even though they know this is an area where Muslim grooming gangs have been operating. And when she says this has been happening to me, she reports it to the police. We're going to look into it. That's a way of shoving it under the carpet. It's a way of brushing it away. It's a way of saying, right, we accept that you have made a complaint, and legally, on the most formal procedural layer, we accept that this is a legitimate complaint. But there are lots of political considerations now that come into play. Now we have to be woke about this. Now we have to judge power dynamics. Now we have to consider what it is that the system wants. And the system wants to protect those young Asian boys from the wider bigotry of the larger English community. And so we can't really listen to your complaint, and we can't really find it actionable. Even though if it was the other way around, and rightly so, the English boys would find themselves on the raw end of a punishment, of some kind of punishment. They'd be kicked out of the school, they'd be arrested, there'd be something that happens to them.
Yeah, reminder that, wholesale cancellations, and people having their lives effectively ruined that has happened for accusations. Like, that has been rampant. If a white guy is, God forbid, accused with no material backing, no corroborating evidence, just even with a plethora of exonerating what's the term? Circumstantial evidence, even then, a man can lose everything, starting from his education and to his career prospects. But in this case, where it's a threat, when it's a documented threat, the police is like, oh, damn, I really don't want to be racist.
And that would be the right thing to do. But because the entire system is geared towards preventing people from having negative opinions about the Muslim community, they're going to look into it. They're just going to look into it. Nothing particular is going to happen. No protection.
And that is it?
Yeah.
What's your teacher's response been?
The pupils are going to get excluded for 15 school days.
Right, and that is it.
Yeah.
So they get a
Yeah.
holiday. Excluded for 15 days, you get a suspension. I mean, you'd think that would be an expulsion. You'd think that would be some kind of juvenile detention. Threatening, demanding sex from a 13-year-old girl, or else you'll knock her teeth out with a bloody knuckle duster. Or to get a blowjob from her, or you'll knock her teeth out with a knuckle duster. Are you mad? Why are we allowing them to do this? Like, that is insane. And the best they can do is the minimal procedural response. Well, you get a 15-day suspension. So what, he sits at home and does nothing, plays video games for 15 days rather than going to school. I bet that felt like a reward to him. Absolutely maddening, isn't it? Absolutely maddening. I just can't.
There's also the accusation that young Asian males are hanging outside.
Hey there, Bigger Branch. How are you doing? We are currently measuring the absolute state of the UK. Well, to be fair, this is a somewhat delayed absolute state of the UK. Apparently, they're trying to turn things around very recently. If the wins in reform are any indication, I am doing fantastic. My bonsais have started sprouting, and I'm very pleased about that. I've planted a new batch of Japanese maples yesterday. I'm experimenting with a different soil mix. How are you? Yes, I have five live seedlings right now, which have that are performing very well. I'm very pleased to see that.
Schools in flash cars.
Don't see reform doing much, but they may lead someone more likely to do anything. Yeah, see, the reform themselves are probably going to fumble the ball, but at this point, the alternative is the Uniparty continuing down the Blairite trajectory that has obviously been abso-fucking-lutely catastrophic for England. Like, I make jokes at the expense. Reform is a tool of revenge. Exactly. See, I make jokes at the expense of the British because I am American and I can, but I still feel more kinship and more compassion with you guys than the Somalis. And I would like the UK to be a good country. I also have some sentimental connections to the UK because I went there as a young child and I was very impressed with London. And I know Digby probably has some opinions about that. But London in 2005 was still nice, or at least I remember it as being nice. And even in the 2010s, London was still okay. It was at the very least better than Moscow. I can no longer say that is, that the balance of being less of a shithole is still the same.
Basically intimidating young girls like yourself with threats. Is that the case?
Yeah.
And
Mad, isn't it? Can you imagine if, like, 20-year-old guys with cars, wonder how they can afford those cars? I'm sure they just work really hard down at Tesco's or something, stacking shelves late at night or something like I used to, right? No, they're obviously going to be drug dealers. And they just hang around outside the school. I mean, like, why don't the parents... I mean, obviously the parents are going to be objecting to it, but, like, this has to be considered inappropriate, right? Why can't they be put on a sex offenders registry as paedophile predators that they clearly are?
That would be nice.
And ban them from being within a certain distance of a school. And then if they turn up at the school, the police...
The vibe you get from Farage these days is he wants to take the Tories' spot in the Uniparty. Yes, unfortunately so. I'm going to see. Maybe there is an appetite for some actual disruption to introduce. But that would be a racismus, Sargon. Yes, exactly. We cannot allow a racismus.
Police have got just cause to arrest them. That would be the case if it were white English men of about 20 to 25 or whatever the age is trying to pick up schoolgirls. Like, that would be the right thing to do. But for some... Well, I know the reason, obviously, but when it comes to this...
It's their culture. Of course I got the V reference.
community, nothing at all is actionable.
To tangent a little bit, V is brilliant at making those quick, snappy memes about certain topics. He's very good at compacting things we don't like into fast and snappy heuristics. I very much appreciate that. I thank him for the gift of the construct of the HR hag and the magical cock and balls in the sky. I haven't heard him use that one in a while.
And it is absolutely infuriating.
This is happening, what, once a week, twice a week?
Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
And the authorities know it's happening, but they're not doing anything about it?
Every day. Every day. So it's not like it's going to be difficult to catch them. They're there every day trying to pick up young girls to rape. Like, sorry, why are we just permitting a bunch of rapists to hang around schools? Oh, that they're Asian or that they're Muslim, is that the reason? Because I actually don't think that's a sufficiently good reason to allow a bunch of predators to try and get young girls to rape. I actually don't think that's enough of a reason. And again, if this were any other community, if this were our community, they would be very quick to crack down on it, and well, rightly so. It's mad that this is just allowed.
How do you feel?
I'll give you one more. It's not even like, even before we get to the point of a police response in Texas, if you see some Latino boys, some cholos hanging around a school in a car trying to snipe girls, there would be a dad rolling up to them, probably with a shotgun in hand, asking what the fuck are they doing there, at the very least, if not multiple. Like, they would very quickly receive the message of this is not okay, and you will stop.
Feel when you're targeted by these people?
Terrorized? I don't know if a 13-year-old girl's going to have the lexicon to be able to properly describe how she feels. And I'm not arguing with the interviewer. Obviously, he's doing his best to try and just reveal what has been happening to young English working class girls across the country. But she's going to feel afraid of the dangerous. There are men out there who want to rape her. She's 13. She shouldn't have to deal with this.
I feel intimidated by him and scared.
And that is a power play. They know what they're doing. They know that the authorities are behind them when they do what they do. They probably don't even realize why the authorities are behind them. They probably aren't really particularly aware, but what they will notice is that we are a weak society, because a strong society would not permit this to happen.
Yeah, that's actually a very common thread amongst what you people call Asians. They suss out weakness very fast. Whenever they feel that they can do something consequence-free, they will do the entirety of what they can do. They are very quick to test the boundaries of both people and systems, and they will abuse whatever tolerances they can find. The only place you see this kind of thing being stomped out is the Welsh Valleys, unfortunately. Really? I mean, listen, at the very least, the Welsh are teething up. That's nice to see. I mean, it may serve as a good proof of concept. But yeah, that's also a general pattern for a lot of these cultures. Only in the valleys. How are the valleys specifically different from the rest of Wales? I'm not too familiar with the minute geography and socio-economic dynamics of Wales or England.
A strong society would not allow
rural. I'd hope so.
Foreign men to intimidate our girls, right? A strong society. The first time it happened, we would punish whoever did it and make an example of them. We're like, right, you're getting the maximum that we are allowed to give by law, and we're going to make sure it's very public.
I assume they're able to do that because they're out of the immediate visibility of Westminster. So because of that, they don't have some kind of installed soft-handed cuck as their chief of police. So, you know, they can actually do their job and protect their community without any kind of interference. They're too remote and too underfunded to have an HR hag nagging at the police officers that they are in fact not supposed to detain and punish the foreign-born nonces.
We're going to make sure that everyone else is aware that this is what we do, when foreign men intimidate and threaten to rape our children. Right? That's what we should be doing. However, because we are an insane, woke, politically correct hell state, we've decided, oh, well, that means we need to protect the Muslim community from a negative characterization that may...
They're pretty isolated from both London and Cardiff. Everyone there is local, and they're pretty intolerant of any form of outside, of anyone from outside their specific valley. Yeah, pretty based. That's a very good defensive mechanism. It seems to be serving them pretty well. But yeah, I also agree entirely with the point that Sargon is making, that a strong society would have made an example of one of these quote-unquote boys. I mean, you hang 5 of them in the public square with a very specific description of what they did to deserve that, and I guarantee the nonsings will stop. It is that simple. Had a friend who escaped London to a valley. Took them 3 years to even begin talking to her. Hell yeah.
May be incurred by members of this community threatening to rape children. The teachers turn a blind eye, the police turn a blind eye, and if they are forced to do something because young boys or teenage boys are threatening with violence to demand sexual favors from teenage girls, they get 2-week holiday. They get to go off school for 2 weeks. It's maddening. It's absolutely maddening. This is what it means to be the second-class citizen in the two-tier society. It is not just that the legal system is set against you, and you will never really properly get justice. This is what it is like on a daily basis when there is a protected, favoured class that the state gives grace to at your expense. This is the vile reality of it. And man, I can't stand it. Like I said, I would really appreciate it, guys, and I know this has been really frustrating. Make sure you don't say anything stupid in the comments. We are on YouTube, of course. Please be good. I would like to remain in YouTube's good graces. I'm not casting aspersions. I'm not saying the Muslim community is at whole for fault for this or anything like that. I think our authorities are at fault for this, because our authorities, if they were to punish this kind of criminal behavior as it ought to be punished, well, it would disincentivize it from any other criminals, because every community has their criminal element. It's just that we are allowed to police our criminal element, and for some reason, we don't police theirs. For some reason, this is allowed. This is completely unacceptable. And if we just applied the law without fear or favour, like they claim that they do, then this wouldn't be happening. But it is happening, still, to this day, and we still have the problem of politically correct police forces and institutions, like the schools, being crippled by it. And this is what the young girls have to deal with. And again, this is just a girl being intimidated. There are far worse stories, but
yeah, this is the result of 14 years of quote unquote conservative rule. And that's why I say that the Tories are just labor, but not so fast. But yeah, the traitors are the worst, because the traitors are also the weak link. They are the enablers in this particular sense. I guarantee if there was anything resembling correct enforcement, it would stop. The Muslim community is very cautious. They have a very keen eye for consequences. So you hang 5 of them in the public square for having done something provable and bad. Like if the people indicated in the Rotherham cases were again publicly executed with a distinct statement of, you do not do this, you do not come into English communities, and you do not groom and rape working class girls, that is it. That would stop. Because every fucking Muslim mother would then fear for losing her child, because she knows that the British state will not fuck around. And then they would self-police out of sheer survival instinct. The Tories are just as gay? Well, based on the flows of money towards Stonewall, yes, they are just as gay as Labour. There is literally barely any daylight between them. The Tories, you know what? Yes, the Tories are worse because they are false advertisement. They They advertise themselves as being an alternative while being one and the same.
The pen is mightier than the sword. It's not a saying one should take literally. Unless it's wielded by John Wick, the writing implement can hardly be considered a piece of combat gear. And yet, since 1960...
I dispute that point. A pen is a lot. A pen provides a lot of force that you exert on a very small surface. Yeah, there is a reason why you call it the Uniparty.
1965, the US government has had its own standard issue ballpoint. Born from the military's relentless pursuit of precision, grown into a Department of Defense legend, what appears at first to be an ordinary writing implement is far more useful than that, bearing a genius design that allows it to double as a makeshift fuse, measuring rod, or even a surgical tool.
A symbol of the true strength of the US.
The pen has been a critical piece of military gear for decades, responsible for more lives than any other piece of kit. But prior to the Vietnam War, there were no official specifications required of it. Pens carried in the pockets of infantry and high-ranking officials included a variety of specimens, from the Parker 51 to the Bic Crystal. At one point, these were practically an unofficial part of the military uniform. But as the conflict in Vietnam worsened...
It's very interesting B-roll. I wonder where they got it.
The Army began to recognize the need for a standard issue option, one that would unify and optimize the note-taking experience for the battlefield. Their primary concern was the reflection that could be caused by bright metals or clear plastics, creating a potentially hazardous glare that could give away the position of a soldier on the battlefield. The General Service Administration, the arm of the government responsible for providing office supplies and support to federal agencies, went to work
Who the fuck stirs their coffee with a pen? What kind of psychotic B-roll is this?
drafting up their vision of the perfect all-purpose ballpoint, suitable for use in every facet of government, from the tunnels of Nam to the desks of politicians. In 1965, they published a
The USA troops are mid at best. Digby, you've not interacted with our service members, have you? The true power of the U.S. is the superpower is logistics and the weird American affinity for bureaucracy. You consider us, you consistently spell wrong. Well, because it's a French word, so it's okay to misspell it. But I disagree with your first comment. It depends on which part of the army you're looking at. There is a more massive army. Who is the best then? Again, American SOF is the best. There are not better warfighters there than the ones found in our special operations units. I challenge you to find that. And before you say SAS, the SAS is very much downstream from Green Berets. I am sorry, especially in current operational capacity. How many SAS are there? Compare that to the stock of Green Berets we have.
16-page blueprint that laid out the precise specifications of such a pen with exacting detail, setting a...
But sorry, to your larger point, yes, logistics is the primary power of the U.S. military, but logistics are there to support the warfighters. And depending on which branch of the military you look at, yes, you're going to have varying requirements. Or your finger if you're really psychotic. See, I'd rather stir my coffee with a finger than my ball pen. But for example, yes, you have the National Guard, or you have large-scale sort of frontline infantry. The requirements for crayon eaters are not particularly high because they are a different purpose. They are a formation serving a different purpose altogether. But then you have, for example, Green Berets. Then you have hyper-special. Well, they're already a hyper-specialized force. Then you have Army Rangers, who are a very different force, and the selection for that is significantly more stringent. Army Rangers We spent a lot of time learning the U.S. troops in the past and around British ones. The USA's unique ability and its defining skill is the ability to operate efficiently at scale. Most countries' armed forces fall apart when they get bigger. The U.S. They get better the bigger they get because their logistical network gets bigger and more effective. Yes, not only that, because they are compartmentalized very significantly. Every branch of the military is its own thing, and then each specific army is also its own thing that reports to the command of that particular branch. The American military doesn't fall apart because it doesn't attempt to be controlled top down along the entire way, starting with the Department of Defense and all the way down to a frontline infantryman. Romans figured it out 2,000 years ago, yes, but the Romans didn't have satellite communications. We do. People laugh about the U.S. military ability to deploy an operational Burger King anywhere on the planet inside of 24 hours, but they can. No one else can do that. Exactly. The Burger King is funny, but that is the legacy of the ice cream barges. Have we watched the ice cream barge video ever? I feel like we don't react enough to the fat electrician. Fat electrician, ice cream barge. Ice cream ships, hell yeah.
This
We're going to look at this in a moment once we're done with the previous video. But to your larger point, Digby, I think it's unfair to paint the entirety of the service with the same brush. Are there people of middling intelligence and overall training and ability in the military? Abso-fucking-lutely. That's because, you know, the nature of the beast is such. But then you need to look at the actual parts of the military that make a difference. And I need to mix up what comes up with at the mention of Britain. I've just realized that with how frequently it's discussed in my chat. Compare that to the UK's Falkland response that pushed the UK and its logistics to its breaking point. For the US, that would be a Tuesday. Pretty much. Wasn't the Falklands campaign also mostly a naval campaign as well? Like, was there any land contact with the Falklands when you were retaking them from the RGs? Yeah, but my larger point being is that you need to measure the U.S. military not by the lowest common denominator of a line infantryman. You need to measure it by the consistent quality that we're able to put out in the form of extremely numerous special forces. Was a lot of land fighting too. The UK's first strike was a bombing campaign, which makes sense. You know, you want to soften your targets with artillery. What was I saying? Yes, right. So I think the best measure of the U.S. military is, well, it's twofold. It's the consistent professionalism of the people running things that include logistics, and a lot of that. Okay, I'm gonna adjust this right now while I explain this because this is becoming obnoxious. This needs a bit of a bigger cooldown real quick. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep seeing this. There you go. No, it's set up for mentions of most European countries. I'm sorry. That was I was thinking of funny things to have in chat, and I may have gone a little bit overboard. Yes, exactly. It happens at the mention of the major European countries. Listen, I was setting up logic chains and I was bored, okay? Yes, I did kind of underestimate that. I didn't expect it to be that cadence in particular. But what I was saying is I think it's the more accurate measurement. If fatigue is at an all-time high, it's time to go snooze. Exactly. Napping is very underestimated as an activity, especially in the middle of the day. Going back to the pen, only the USA would ever think to write a 16-page document defining what a pen should be. You're not wrong. I can see the Soviets also doing that. I can see the Soviets also getting up to some of that. As having read some of the Soviet standards for certain pieces of equipment and some of the more contemporary ones, they would definitely do that. You stand for your 2-hour midday nap that turns into a 7-hour sleep. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Undefeated. Now, Lankara, we're on a cool down. Calm down. 90% of the Soviet standards would be contradictory. Also very true. Only the Germans can beat them. I don't know. We seem to have tested that once. What was I on about? Yes, I'm trying to make a point. So I think the real measurement of the quality of military staff that the U.S. is able to produce is largely within the Special Operations Corps or Special Operations Command or the Navy, interestingly enough, because the Navy is run by professionals, because that's generally the environment that has been fostered there as the U.S. has been building up its Navy, and it relies on its Navy prolifically for a lot of its operations. All right, let's watch about the fucking pen.
High bar for both performance and longevity. But the rollout of this pen was a miserable failure. The manufacturing contract was originally granted to a commercial supplier, who ended up sending a defective shipment of 13 million faulty pens.
Entirely unlike Sig Sauer and the M17, eh?
It was a big enough catastrophe to catch the attention of GSA Commissioner Heinz Ebersfeller in 1967.
Sadly, your Navy's not the bastion of competence it should be. Their air wing specifically is miserable compared to the RAF. I imagine the RAF is not a very high standard to compare against these days. Not through any fault of the service members, but because they were actually driven to such a miserable state by fucking bureaucrats. Like, there are currently RAF officers who have gone to train the Chinese Air Force because what the fuck else are they going to do? They're not getting promotions, they're not getting pay raises, they're not being recognized by the fucking command because they're too fucking white and competent.
Who quickly began searching for alternative suppliers. He would end up settling on a company called Skillcraft. Skillcraft was formed as a part of the National Institute for the Blind, an organization created by the Wagner-O'Day Act of 1938. This Depression-era policy mandated that certain supplies used by the federal government must be produced by non-profit organizations that employ visually impaired workers. In its early days, the NIB made items like mops, brooms, and pillowcases for the Army. But after being approached by Ebersfeller, they worked quickly to add pens to that list. Skillcraft collaborated with the Rotary Pen Company of New Jersey and set up a testing laboratory in St. Louis to design a ballpoint that would meet the 16 pages of required specifications. And on April 20th, 1968, the Skillcraft U.S. government pen was born.
Can I still buy this, I wonder?
The standard button-operated retractable ballpoint pen is a well-rounded tool, optimized to the last detail. Inside the plastic barrel is a brass ink tube, feeding a tungsten carbide ball. The pocket clip, tip, and distinctive metal band are all corrosion-resistant for use in various climates.
6 Hour mentioned.
U.S. government is stamped on the barrel as a finishing touch. But most importantly,
you can still buy the pen. Skillcraft U.S. government retractable ballpoint pen, fine point black ink, box of 12, $22.
Importantly, the Skillcraft pen is smaller than most other writing tools. Its compact size means it can be neatly concealed in the pocket of a military uniform, without any risk of catching the light and revealing a soldier's position. The Skillcraft testing lab in Missouri put the pen through 28 separate experiments to verify that it could withstand the stringent requirements of the government contract. The replaceable ink cartridge can write a line a mile long before running out. The ink will dry within 5 seconds and doesn't smear or blot. Writing can be chemically bleached twice and will still be legible. And the plastic barrel can withstand temperatures from minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit up to 160. It will continue to write through the worst conditions imaginable.
There's also a U.S. government, a B3 Aviator multifunction pen, also made by Skillcraft.
Even after being submerged in water or lit on fire. While not totally indestructible, the Skillcraft pen has survived every modern American military conflict, which is more than can be said for most other standard issue gear. In addition to the federally mandated requirements, the Skillcraft US government pen has also accumulated dozens of unsanctioned uses over the decades. Although not originally intended as part of its design, the end of the barrel is rumored to work well as a 2-inch fuse to join electrical leads. Sailors have reported that its precise length of 5 1/8 inches makes it perfect for measuring nautical miles on a standard chart. The internal components can easily be reconstructed into a toy cannon or a smoke pipe. There are even stories of combat medics using it to perform emergency tracheotomies. Although some of these tales are more likely to have been born in Hollywood than Afghanistan, the vast wealth of lore behind the Skillcraft pen is...
No, I can see the military figuring out how to jerry-rig a fucking pen into a pipe. Alternative title to the video, what happens if you give a pen steroids? I wouldn't even say that it's steroids. It is very much if the military designed a pen.
Undeniable. When it's not being
Imagine what the Marines could do with it if they could write.
Abused or crafted into surgical cutlery, the pen itself functions comparably well to its peers. It may not have fancy modern
The platonic idea of a pen, yes.
technologies like gel ink and rubber grips, but the Skillcraft provides an incredibly predictable writing experience, the most standard pen of all pens. It's not as smooth as a Pilot G2 or as sharp as a Uniball Signo, but the Skillcraft government pen is perfectly serviceable and impeccably reliable. Plus, it's cheaper than both. Although they're primarily sold to government agencies, the Skillcraft pens are also offered to civilians in packs of 12.
Listen, a predictable writing experience is very much an important component of picking out a pen. I have been writing with the same brand of graphing liners for the better part of 15 years because I like my writing experience to be fucking predictable. You imagine the Marines would write something along the lines of that infamous letter of the Cossacks? Again, if the Marines could write, then probably yes. I joke, but hey, you know what? God bless those guys. They gave us ghost loading.
12 through a handful of suppliers. The small size, lightweight, and sturdy metal clip make it perfect for everyday carry. I've left an Amazon affiliate link for the box in the description below if you'd like to try them yourself and help support the channel at the same time. Skillcraft would end up producing 70 million of these pens by 1970, overstocking the cabinets of every federal agency in the country. With the advent of modern electronics...
Of course I know, Digby. I've been educated outside of the reach of the federal government of education.
Current production has been reduced to a respectable 4 million per year, and the pens produced today are nearly identical to those first made over 50 years ago, a testament to the practical design and sturdy reliability. The Skillcraft may not be as exciting as the Fisher Space Pen or as beloved as the Bic Crystal, but it might be the only object that can be found in both every war zone and every post office. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe for more like it. I cover all types of tactical innovations on this channel, from bayonet evolution to forgotten multi-tools. Leave a comment if there's anything you'd like
The Gerber Mark II.
Intimidation is a weapon, a psychological tactic to make your enemy cower in fear. Sometimes that's all the edge you need. Sometimes that edge is a 6.5-inch wasp-waisted dagger. It's no hyperbole to say the
I kind of want one now. It's been a while since I bought a knife.
Gerber Mark II might be the deadliest blade ever created. It rose to notoriety thanks to its role in Vietnam, as well as countless pop culture appearances that only solidified its fame as a brutal weapon, ultimately becoming so feared that Gerber was forced to redesign it.
Huh?
The Mark II is so effective thanks to the genius design work of Clarence Holzman. Holzman was an army captain in the...
Wait, looks like a Bubba Fairbairn Sykes? What? Second, I'm trying to look if I can see if I can find the Gerber Mark II. Hell yeah! That's a different brand. I don't want the Glock makes a Gerber variant. Seriously? It's not double-sided though. Kabar, of course. The Charade. Cold Steel makes a variant of the Wasp dagger. Yeah, I would trust Cold Steel. They make solid shit. Like, it's not the best, but it's serviceable. Fairband. Sykes fighting knife. I would say it's kind of different from the one I'm seeing.
101st Airborne Division during World War II. But after retiring from service, he felt the call to serve his country in another way. The conflict in Vietnam moved him to...
You've met the CEO of Cold Steel a few times. Damn, that is very cool. Guy's quite a character. I can tell from the fucking advertisement videos. There are only so many shapes of a wheel. Yeah, I mean, if a knife is specifically designed to create a permanent cavity that doesn't close, that's pretty much the optimal shape you want. It's easy to reach internals. The shape is a rhomboid so that the wound doesn't close after you remove the knife, and the grips are comfortable, designed around a stabbing motion.
Draw on his own experiences in battle and craft a fighting knife suitable for modern combat. Taking inspiration from other legendary daggers like the Fairbairn Sykes and Maine's Gladius,
Fairbairn Sykes mentioned.
Holzman drew up some initial prototypes in 1966. In these early sketches, the most prominent feature of the Mark
Holy shit, Gerber Mark II from the 1970s, $500.
II is already visible. Its 5-degree canted blade. Many theorized that this upward tilt was added to provide better penetration, but Holzman himself says it's offset to permit better concealment in a boot, or avoid snagging on brush when carried at the hip. The blade itself is made from over 6.5 inches of L6 tool steel, sharpened on both sides like a true dagger. It curves slightly inward in a wasp-waisted style to allow for better slicing. The handle is a single-piece cast aluminum oval with non-slip texturing, a shape engineered by Holzman to fit into a foil grip in the palm. Even the pommel is deadly, hardened to strike like a judo staff. Holzman
the fuck is a judo staff? There are no staffs in judo.
Presented his knife to Gerber, who agreed to put it into production. But despite their best efforts, the Mark II was never officially adopted for military issue. Instead, it was offered for sale at the Post Exchange on army bases around the world. Beginning in 1967, soldiers looking to upgrade their gear could purchase a Mark II on their own. And many of them did. The Gerber became a popular choice for special forces like the MAC-V SOG unit, ultimately spreading to thousands of troops. It quickly earned a reputation as the weapon of choice for lethal operations. Unfortunately, back home in America, that reputation was not a positive one. Early advertisements weren't subtle about the effectiveness of the Mark II, crafting a public image that could be described as violent and dangerous. Gerber used brutal language, highlighting phrases such as "designed to be deadly." They proudly stated the pommel could produce death when driven against vital nerve centers, and promoted the
It really couldn't. That's not how that it's not how that works. Oh god, this is giving me fucking what was it? It's a guy who's not our Dante, different Dante. The guy who had like a bullshito school.
the blade as a razor-sharp edge for swift, easy movement through tissue, bone, apparel, or field gear.
I mean, that's how you sell a fucking knife, at least to me.
But as the conflict in Vietnam dragged on, anti-war sentiment spread throughout America. Mass-scale demonstrations took place in major cities for months on end, peace protests that opposed the violence and death overseas. As a result, brands across the country, as well as the government itself, began to take a softer tone in their marketing. The Gerber Mark II, seen as a symbol of the carnage in Vietnam, was pulled from the shelves of post exchanges. Facing strong public opposition, Gerber was forced to reconsider the Mark II and its intended purpose. The head of knife design, Al Marr, was tasked with redesigning the iconic blade to be branded as a survival knife instead. The 5-degree cant had already been deprecated long ago. Customers who didn't understand the purpose would complain about knives appearing bent and damaged out of the box. The new straight edge made it harder to conceal, but more palatable to the general public. Al also made the decision to add a 2-inch portion of serrated edge
Remember to gatekeep.
on both sides of the blade. Features such as ruler etchings and bright colors made it a more convincing all-purpose camping or diving tool, rather than the fatal weapon it was originally meant to be. Almost overnight, advertising for the Mark II completely rebranded. Magazine pages now read "designed to be effective" rather than deadly. Gerber touted the knife's ability to cut through rope and wood, rather than the
Okay, the serrated edge is actually a good addition to the design.
vital organs of your enemies. The Mark II was no longer a combat-driven fighting knife. It was a friendly survival knife, meant to save lives instead of take them. As flimsy as the rebrand appears in retrospect, it was successful at the time, and post-exchanges began offering the Mark II for sale again. A series of other minor changes would be made over the next few decades. The wasp waist recurve would be removed in favor of a straight edge in 1982. Gerber
Why?
switched to the modern corrosion-resistant 440C steel at the same time, before ultimately settling on 420HC. Plenty of spin-off models were also offered, including the shortened Mark I boot knife.
Great. Now, what's the what is its enhancement? Oh, enchantment.
And the Command series that were sharpened on only one side for legal compliance. But the focused killer made in the late 1960s was long gone. After only a few years to build its reputation in combat, the Mark II was softened to appease the public, demoted from the perfect fighting weapon to an impractical survival tool. It was truly born to kill and forced to carve. The Mark II ended production in 1999, and excluding a brief return in 2008, only replicas and loose imitators are sold today. One of the cheapest of these is the Schrade needle I've shown throughout the video. It's by no means an exact copy of the Mark II, but with a 6-inch dagger blade and upturned crossguard, the spirit.
Let's see if we can find a Benchmade knife that is of a comparable measurement, because Benchmade is very good about making knives like that. Let's see. Everyday outdoor hunting. I guess it's going to be a tactical. No, thank you. Oh, I got me. I have one of those. I have me an original infidel. It's actually in front of me on my desk. Fantastic knife for really nothing other than opening packages, because it's a folder, therefore it's not practical for self-defense. Sock P dagger, hell yeah. If you're looking for a knife and you're not constrained by legalities, this is probably the best EDC knife you could possibly get. Like, I will never stop glazing the Sock P. And I will also say, make sure to always get it with a trainer. Like, you get your trainer set, and it's just so good. Sand sheath. Yeah. What is this? Sock P leather black backplate for what? What do we do with the backplate? Oh, I guess you can attach it. Okay, sure. But yeah, I have the trainer and actual knife set. Very good. Sorry, I'm derailing. Wait, is that everything? Is that all the tactical knives? Can't be. Ooh, a knife. American fighting knife is forced to undergo modifications for brand a surviving tool, while the British fighting knife basically remains unchanged and still made by the same factory almost 100 years later, with a nigh mythical successor that never saw the light of day. That is, fair and true. Oh, there's a little there's a little cold water sock P dagger. Real and true, Digby. However, can you own the British Army knife? Like, as part of the general population? This is a rescue tool. I also I really like. I'm considering adding this somewhere on my kit. Like, what is the purpose of a knife that exists somewhere in the ether and is maybe accessible to the feds, but you can't have it? Drop point. Seeing a lot of folders. I don't like folders for that. Up. There it is. That sort of looks like the Gerber, right? $400. Of course it is. Of course it is, because it is bench made. I mean, it's a pretty knife. You can order one online right now? Really? And it's wait, what? And it's compliant, like, under the UK Offensive Weapons Act? That's surprising. A bright red one goes hard. Oh, that's a trainer. Actually, god damn it, I don't need a new knife. Why do I want a new knife? Are they importing them from China or something? What do you mean? No ninja sword. No, I cannot follow you. I can ban you, though. So long as you don't carry it in public. I'm pretty sure that I can carry this, like, on my belt, being very visible to the public. Like, I wouldn't even need to have to conceal it. I kind of want this. I should not have gone on. Oh, it has, like, interchangeable little grip plates. Sexy. And this one actually comes with a proper sheath as well, which it's a locking sheath too. Damn. So wait, are weapons limited by the offensive weapons list only limited for carrying them out in public? I would sort of add a counter to that. Then what is the point of owning it if you can't carry it? But that's a moot point. I don't need a new knife, but I really want one. It's probably made in China is why it's so expensive. No, Digby, bench-made knives are made in the US. It was always that expensive. They're just good knives. View spec. Yeah, they were always like that. It doesn't say where it's made, but they are made in the US. Yeah, made in the USA. So this is just a price point for a Benchmade knife. Clicked around a little too much. Like for example, yeah, the Infidel is realistically $500. I bought it for $200 because it was a very long while ago. It depends on the weapon, really. Some are banned outright, while others it's banned in public without a good reason. Well, no, I mean like the things that are specifically on the offensive weapons list, like nunchucks, knuckle dusters, butterfly knives. I think those are specifically banned. Like you can't even own those. Which is funny to me. Like, why would you ban nunchucks? It's like it's two sticks on a rope. Holy shit, the Sockbee dagger is $180 now. God, I fucking hate Biden so fucking much. Free sharpening for life. Now that I think about it, I don't really have knives that need resharpening. I thought this was America. I wonder if I can get my Sockbee resharpened, or reprofiled rather, because I broke the tip off and then I had to resharpen it and reprofile it. That nunchuck thing goes back to Margaret Thatcher or something. Like they had to call the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Hero Turtles in the wait, what? Really? The ones get the outright banned are those in which the politicians are scared about for one reason or another. Yeah, I think shurikens are also on the offensive weapons list. I remember reading it and just being in awe of the European mindset of whoever wrote that. Nunchucks are banned, surprisingly, in a lot of places. Most of Europe bans nunchucks. That's why sort of the ban on nunchucks is my test for whether or not you are a serious country or not. Because if you are so afraid of two sticks on a rope that you ban them as an item of law, you are not a serious country. There were a lot of ninja movies at the time, and the theory is that they were afraid it would inspire kids to do violence. Pretty sure that handing someone nunchucks is the fastest way to encourage them to train as an alternative to wanton violence. Oh, that is nice. I should not have come here. That is, for all intents and purposes, a kitchen knife, but it's a nice fucking kitchen knife. Yes, I can post the link in chat. What's it made of? It can't be instrumental steel. Spec. Stonewash, clip point, Maple Valley Richlight with okay, that's the handle. Where's the blade material? Blade material. Aha, okay. 154 stainless steel. Okay, so that's good. Means it's not sensitive to moisture. Gonna try and steal that design? Go for it, man. That's a sexy fucking design if I've ever seen one. That looks fucking cool. It's a nice little sort of do everything chef knife. Almost like a it's like a, I forget the name, it's like a Romanian chopping knife, something to that effect. Oh, they have a lot of these. Station knife OD green. This I could leave or take. Like, these are just chef knives. Just got your 10-inch contact wheel set up and your belt sander. You can try to add a large hollow ground edge like that. Yeah, that was probably the coolest one in their kitchen knife lineup. Every day. Why are they all folders? I don't like folding knives. Just as a point of principle. I'm rabbit holing entirely too much. Okay, ice cream barges. Those were mentioned. Am I sure that's the kitchen knife section? Yes, I'm sure that was the kitchen knife section. I did look through the folding knives before that. Oh, am I sure I'm not in the kitchen knife section? No, I was very specifically looking through the kitchen knife section.
Oh boy, this video is going to be aggressive. Today we're talking about the biggest logistical flex of all time, the sheer amount of ice cream the US military managed to eat in World War II. Buckle up because it's gonna get weird. In 1943, the US military managed to eat 135 million pounds of ice cream. I don't know how you guys want to quantify that, like elephant meters or kiloelephants. It's 10,384. Write that down. Moving on. Hey, real quick, this video is brought to you by my favorite sporting goods store, Shields. They've got over 30 retail locations across the US and an even better online store that offers price matching and satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. So if you need anything from camping gear to sporting goods to casual clothes to work clothes, make sure to go check out Shields in person, or I'll have their link in the description down below. Back to the video. Why on earth was the American military eating so much ice cream? Couple of reasons. Reason number one, America, because America's always number one and we can.
Hell yeah, brother.
Buh! You're so dumb. America's not number one and the metric system's better. Buh! Okay, look, first of all, you're ruining my story. Second of all, I have no idea what the metric system's doing for you, but I do know the only reason you're not doing it while speaking German is because of America and fractions, so show some respect. As I was saying, reason number two, it's complicated. You see, it all started on January 17th, 1920, when the 18th Amendment went into effect and America would begin the noble experiment, aka prohibition. Alcohol's banned across all of the US. Because of this, pretty much overnight, all the bars in America turned into ice cream parlors rather than go out of business, and ice cream...
Remember that everything bad ever happening can be blamed on the federal government, communists, or women. Sometimes all three at the same time. Oh, sorry about that, Kotaro. Let's see. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Oh, mechanics gloves. That's a big fucking link. Is that an affiliate link? American logistics are the American superpower. Only they could make Microsoft Excel. Bro, gotta eat. Yeah. These are the only gloves that last more than a few days. Doing what exactly? I am aware of mechanics gloves. I may not... could not find the page. Interesting. I am aware of mechanics. I wear 511 gloves. I'm also... Oh, okay. These are fucking reinforced. See, I would question how much tactile feedback you have. Fast fit work gloves. I kind of like these. I would need to make sure that I'm able to manipulate firearms in them. What are they made of? Synthetic leather. Okay. I do not like that the fact that the back is not fire retardant, although that's doing demolition. I see. Okay. I know that mechanics gloves are definitely, not these ones in particular, but there is a variant of mechanics that is preferred for weapons handling. Original tactical work gloves. There you go. One layer of leather on the palm with no padding or stitch lines. Feedback is pretty good. Oh, I see. Oh, you know what? Once I finish murdering my 511 ones, I may consider switching over to a pair of mechanics after all. If the palm is all leather, I may consider. Thank you for the recommendation.
Stepped up to fill the social void left by alcohol. If you're not picking up on a put down, I'm trying to tell you that ice cream is essentially the new booze. And I know what you're thinking. Why on earth would the American government ban alcohol? It's the land of the free, the home of the brave, and now you can't even enjoy a beer? That doesn't make any sense. But apparently America had a severe drinking problem back then, so the government had to step up and ban alcohol because they care about our health. Right. And then to prove how much they cared about our health, once people naturally started making their own booze at home using industrial alcohol, they started mandating to all the manufacturers of industrial alcohol that they had to put methyl alcohol inside of it, which is poisonous to people, which as a result led to over 10,000 Americans being poisoned to death during Prohibition by their own government because the government wanted to make them healthy.
I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
But at least there is a silver lining because
Many
Prohibition's
such
how we
cases.
got NASCAR, with a bunch of rednecks hopping up their cars so they could outrun cops. And then naturally they wanted to see if they could outrun each other, and bada bing, bada boom, NASCAR's born. A lot of left turns. Anyways, the point I'm trying to get across to you is the majority of the people that served in World War II grew up in an era where their alcohol was ice cream. Meaning that they're gonna do all the ridiculous shit that military members do for alcohol, but they're gonna do it for ice cream. I mean, during the Korean War, the Seabees stole a train full of booze, and during World War II in 1942, when the USS Lexington, an aircraft carrier, got sank by 2 torpedoes, while the ship was sinking, the crew decided that it was very important that they raided the mess hall first to take all the ice cream with them.
Wait, is Joe Biden that old? What do you mean? He's fucking old, but what are you referring? Oh, ice cream. You know what?
They were literally sitting in life rafts eating ice cream out of their helmets. The crews for B-17 and B-24 bombers used to take ice cream mix, put it inside of ammo cans, and then stick it inside the ball turrets when they went on a bombing run, because then if they made it back after successfully bombing the enemy, the ball turret got cold enough and there was enough turbulence that it would both chill and churn the ice cream, so then they had fresh ice cream afterwards.
Hell
There
yeah,
were literally
brother.
mobile ice cream factories that would follow the front line just behind it and deliver fresh ice cream to the front line every day. And then we get to the absolute pinnacle of logistical flexing, the ice cream ships of World War II. Yeah, the Navy had 3 of these things. They could make 500 gallons of ice cream a day. They had enough refrigerated storage to hold 2,000 gallons, and their entire job was to make ice cream and deliver it around the Pacific Theater. Now, to be fair, it's technically not a ship. It was a concrete barge. If you don't know the difference, a barge doesn't move under its own power. It's basically got to be pulled around by tugboats. Also, when I say concrete barge, a lot of people seem to misinterpret it and think that it was a barge that was used for mixing concrete and then they retrofitted it to make ice cream instead. That's not what happened. It's literally made out of concrete. During World War II, pretty much everything was being rationed, and the US military experimented with making boats and barges out of concrete, like the USS Quartz was completely made out of concrete. And then later, after they determined that the barges sucked, the US Navy took 3 of them, spent $1 million on each, retrofitted it into an ice cream factory. And not only is this the biggest logistical flex of all time, it very well may be the biggest morale changing factor ever. I mean, think about this. It is 1945, and these guys are eating a frozen dairy treat 2,000 miles from home, and the enemy is literally 15 miles from home, and they can't get food. Do you have any idea what effect it would have on your morale if you were the bad guy in World War II and you haven't eaten in 3 days, but it's okay because you have a superior warrior culture and your team's gonna pull through and you're gonna win because go team, you guys got this. And then the Americans come over the hill with flamethrowers and fucking ice cream cones. Maybe, just maybe, you're on the wrong side of this argument. That's like the Star-Spangled Darth Vader, okay? Come to the red, white, and blue side, we've got fucking ice cream. So in conclusion, booze and ice cream are on the same level of awesome. And next time you go out to a restaurant, you see that little old man with the black hat on the front that says he's a veteran eating ice cream out of a little dish for dessert. You know what's up. Thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
Hell yeah, you'll love to see it. This has single-handedly improved my mood for the day. Okay, Dom wanted me to watch this for some reason, again, because I already watched it in my own time, because I just watched Brandon Herrera videos. Shocking.
So if you watched the channel before, you know that we're no stranger to cursed guns here.
This is barely a functional firearm. I don't know what you expected out of this montage.
Shot a lot of guns over the years that you might call, well, but there is one gun in particular
Yeah,
that stands
the
high above the
ZIP-22.
rest and earns the title of what I believe to be the worst production gun ever made. And that gun is the ZIP-22. And if you've never heard of this before, buckle up.
See, like, visually, it's a cool gun. Just visually.
So obviously,
I wonder if it would suck less if you could make it in 9mm. And, you know, like, fundamentally redesign its internals, by the way.
it looks kind of fucked up. But let's see how it does at the one thing it was designed to do.
Ah, that charging mechanism is...
Right out the gate. First attempt at loading a round.
Failure to load.
This does not I was just going to say, this does not instill me with great confidence. Check this out.
Ah, yes, a stovepipe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Zip 22. So how...
Like, I feel it was designed for something that has a little bit more ass with how frequently it jams. Like, 22 is already a notoriously anemic round that you can barely trust to cycle in any form of semi-auto. But, like, when you also over-engineer it like that, you're asking for trouble.
How does the Zip 22 work? In short, it doesn't. But hypothetically, it has a push-through safety, which currently is on fire, as you can see by the red stripe. There we are put to safe. The fabulous charging handle is basically in front of the barrel. It's this little lever right here on top. Prong, I don't know what the fuck you call that. Either way, you put your hand in front of the gun, essentially, and push down, which then racks the bolt.
You know for a fact that some boomer thought that it would be very cool to make it, like, actionable with one hand. Like, you're in a survival situation, you pull out your fucking Zip 22 with a flush fitting 10-round magazine of 22 LR, and you have to chamber it because it's unsafe to carry chambered, and you rack it against, like, the corner of the table that you're currently taking cover behind.
Now, knowing this gun has horrible reliability issues, they actually added a secondary lever where you can push it back just far enough to re-engage the striker. Now, to anyone who's ever complained that the Glock has a fence post grip, go fuck yourself. This is like, there is nowhere to hold this in a way that makes sense. They give you this little middle finger loop down here, and if you're rocking the bigger magazines, that actually almost helps because you can kind of wrap your hand around the mag there at the bottom. But it's just so, I feel like I have to hold it sideways for this to even begin to make sense, which iron sights are present. Magazine release here, drops the magazine, of course, and the entire thing just generally feels cheap and shitty. Even the barrel is plastic.
What?
If you look here, it's just a plastic barrel with like a rifled sleeve inserted on the inside, which I'm now realizing is not even concentric. Very nice. How much? I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I hate the Zip 22. That round fed properly, it just straight up didn't fire. There you go, went that time. Really love how you can't get the magazine out if it starts to malfunction. Gun is clear. I tried to shoot this a little bit off camera to test some different ammo and then set it down to go load more because I was out of ammo and I didn't realize that the last round had smashed itself in the chamber. I love this thing. All right, because I know there's gonna be people saying, oh, the bigger mags, it doesn't work, blah, 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 blah. Just as a reminder, these are the magazines that the gun came with, that I bought him with. But just to be fair, we'll try the 10-rounder. Get in there. Just had a
The existence of a 10-round magazine of 22 LR is an affront to everything that it means to be an American.
fucking karate chop a magazine. Fuck am I doing? Yep. Well, it does run better, but I wouldn't say it runs good. It's actually smashed so into the fucking barrel that there's nothing keeping it on now. It's just, it's impacted that hard. You see, is that the last round? That was the last round. My favorite part about this gun is that even if you use the 10 rounders that it actually likes, you have to drop them, pull on the sides, because the little finger groove, that convenient little finger groove is completely blocked by the trigger guard. Thank you, Zip22. Very cool. Are you worried about your information being leaked and getting doxxed and harassed? If not, you should be. Sounds like a threat. Cut. No, for real. Today we're going to talk about... I did the thing. Today we're talking about Delete Me. Delete Me is a service that looks for your private information being sold all over the internet and removes it, preventing data brokers from selling your data and causing you headache. I'm not even kidding. I've been using Delete Me.
Designed so bad it's actually kind of unbelievable. No, it's completely believable. I can see people designing something that bad. I mean, the high point does exist.
Since I think the tail end of last year, and the amount of spam calls and emails that I get has gone down dramatically. I almost miss it. I wonder if Dinesh thinks about me too. The point is, I've used it myself and it does work, which is why I'm happy to have Delete Me sponsor this video. And right now you can get 20% off their consumer plans by going to joindeleteme.com/Herrera. Use promo code Herrera at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/Herrera. Using code Herrera. Thank you.
Made by someone who never built something outside of CAD drawings.
To Delete Me for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. ADD break. I almost slung that at your face. My finger slipped. You could probably see it in the video. All right, so we know the Zip22 is pretty much ass at, doing gun things, but at least it has stopping power on its side as a plus. So prepare to be amazed by the
I shit you not. I had a Frenchman explain to me with it wasn't about a 22. I think it was about a 5.56, but still, he said that with the straightest fucking possible face you can, absolutely fucking deadpan. He said that a 5.56 round bounces around inside of the body. This is why we make fun of Europeans.
Devastation wrought by 22 long rifle. Hey, it actually fed. Who up zipping they 22 in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, hey there, Manny. Thank you for the hydrate.
Oh.
How are you doing? There's no point in arguing with people like that. No. That guy is actually... He's an okay guy. I just showed him what a ballistic test with the 5.56 looks like, and he was convinced that, okay, yeah, he may have fallen prey to FUD lore.
Yeah. Now, where did this thing crawl out of? Well, this was actually developed by a company called USFA in 2013, I believe, is when they released it. Have you ever heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Because the unfortunate part about it is that USFA was actually known, they had a pretty good reputation for making good quality Colt single-action army replicas. They made great reproduction pistols, but then they had the idea for the Zip22. Now, of course, there's a lot of polymer on this gun and polymer injection.
I would like to know the internal politics of making that change, because I bet there was a management change and someone had the fantastic idea of, we should expand and make modern guns, but we should design our own instead of, using one that doesn't have an active patent on it.
Molding is very expensive. So they decided to sell all of their tooling and equipment that they were using to build the Colt single-action armies in order to buy the tooling to produce the Zip22.
Perhaps the worst trade deal ever made.
The pistol was received about as well as a morbidly obese cheerleader, and the company went out of business around 2017. Meaning these are a relic.
Nature always finds a way.
The bygone era. Thank God.
Oh no! No! I'm ruined!
I personally don't.
See, this is why I keep saying that the free market is very good at self-regulating.
Don't know how the fuck this left blueprints. I mean, anybody can just tell that this thing was a bad idea from day one. You wouldn't have even had to get your start in gunsmithing and weapons technology at sdi.edu using the link in the description. You just kind of know. The Zip22 is so bad, I would rather use an actual zip gun.
Hell yeah, Uncle Ted mentioned.
I mean, shit, at least it worked. Also, any excuse I can get to pull this baby out, the Ted Kaczynski pistol, if you haven't seen that episode. Which not
Uncle Ted was right. He tried to warn us.
Not only did we do a YouTube video on this thing, but we also did an episode on Pepperbox, an episode of The Boys in the Garage, where we did an in-depth deep dive on basically how this gun was made, how we were able to replicate it. Speaking of edgy shit on Pepperbox, we just did another episode on The Boys in the Garage, where we basically did an entire guide on how to properly convert an AK to full auto. A lot of bootlickers were very upset about that. Oh, Brennan, this is illegal. You can't do this. For one, I'm a licensed manufacturer. I absolutely can do that. Nothing in that video is illegal. Two, it's not illegal to share information. Never will be. That's what the First Amendment is. And if you don't like that, that's why I've got the fucking second.
USA, USA. It would be interesting if I were to do a watch along of that Pepperbox video. I'm definitely getting a hard strike on YouTube because that would be a clear violation of TOS. Nothing in the Twitch TOS would bar me from watching that video on stream.
But A, I think it's cool for a lot of people who don't get hands-on time with a full auto AK trigger group and maybe don't understand how it works but would like to. But B, it's a guide I wish I had when I first got my license and I was first starting to convert AKs. So if you're a licensed dealer who would like to figure out how to convert your own stuff, or you're just curious, check it out on Pepperbox. Link will be in the description. I've even seen that they developed a stock for this thing, which has a neat feature that the gun can swivel for tighter storage. By the looks of it, like 1.5 inches tighter, which is a lot depending on who you ask. But in order to swivel it to be slightly more compact, the gun is now directly facing the shooter, which is just fucking par for the course. The one configuration I've seen for this that actually makes, I'm not even gonna say it makes sense, it makes the most sense, is when they attach it, kind of like a master key, on the bottom of an actually good rifle. I'm not sure when you would need 10 rounds of 22 LR while you are aiming a SCAR 16, but hey, you never know. What I do know though is I think this makes it an SBR. Because you have a short barrel pistol that you have now attached to a stock, potentially creating the gayest felony since being gay was a felony. All right, Jake, you're taking your wife out.
Wait, isn't a master key technically a short-barreled rifle then? A short-barreled shotgun rather, but still.
Out on a date on the lovely south side of Chicago when a miscreant comes up to you and threatens you with a knife. The only thing you have to defend yourself is your wits and this Zip 22 loaded with 10 rounds. Possibly more effective.
Well, first of all, I don't even know if it's racked.
Right. So how would you go about charging that gun?
Well, I would look for a charging handle somewhere, or some way to charge it. I tried here, right? And I tried this, but obviously it's not there. That's obviously your mag drop.
What if I told you it has a really cool feature where you have to basically put your hand in front of the barrel to charge it? Yeah.
Why?
Because they've thought of everything.
This is the charging handle?
Yep, you've got a re-rack here, or excuse me, the Zip Restrike, as it's labeled. The Zip trademark Restrike, and then...
So, I'm gonna praise this gun for a moment. I'm sorry. But having something to reset the trigger on a 22 is actually not inherently a bad idea, given that rimfire ammo is ass and frequently light strikes. Like you'll just have things that don't cycle correctly. Rather, the round frequently doesn't go off because it is a rim-fired round.
Oh, yeah, they're really proud of this.
Why are they different lengths?
It's an excellent question with a very funny answer. This is the charging handle that you load it from. Here, I'm gonna clear this real quick. This is the one that you load it from, and this one is the Restrike, and that's because it goes back just far enough for you to reset the trigger, because they're anticipating you having malfunctions and needing to reset the striker.
No.
Yeah, this one they really did. At least they knew their product.
We'll just put a shorter, another handle on it.
They thought of everything.
Where did you find this fucking thing?
This is kind of like an internet meme.
Okay.
As far as like shitty guns. And you know what the most insulting part about it is?
What?
I think I paid like $500 for it. Because like I think the MSRP when they came out was like $200, $250, but
now they're sought after.
Yeah, just because of how bad they are.
Right. This one, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look at that. Why is my finger right there? I hate that so much.
Where's the... Yeah, the trigger's that bad.
I keep hitting another poundage wall, and then another one, and then, there it is. Okay.
God.
Well,
I have a very bad jam.
you shot him to... Wow, that is actually
Look at
really
the
bad.
shells backwards. Brandon, I'm dead. Help.
Well,
Send for help.
I'm not coming to the south side. What the fuck are you talking about? So now, in the heat of what is clearly a...
Now a hostage situation.
Yeah, they have your wife now. Now, you have to... Oh, holy shit. This is actually jammed against the magazine, so the magazine doesn't want to come out. All right.
There you go.
Now we're able to get it in.
Thank God.
You have been stabbed so far 937 times.
All right, let's see how accurate it is. I haven't even thought about accuracy yet. Did you see where that went?
Yeah, hit right on the tip of the black.
Okay.
There on the left side of the black.
Oh, so not that bad.
Let's see where this next one goes.
Yeah. Hold it right there. Literally don't move. Okay,
right.
Yeah. Well, from 15 yards, it shoots decently straight when it shoots, which is nice.
That last one sounded funky. So overall thoughts?
Oh, it's hilarious. I can't believe somebody made it unironically. The charging handle is really what gets me. And then, of course, the fact that it doesn't have an appropriate place to actually put your hand for a grip. I feel like it was made to stuff into a pair of gym shorts and kind of just leave it at that. It's definitely one for the collection. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, this one's definitely getting an honorable spot next to the Kalashnikov and the pocket AK pistol, the little fucking Derringer.
Yep.
You want to see something that I just noticed? And I'm scared of? Yep.
It's polymer?
The bolt is polymer. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's to get through metal detectors.
I mean, an interesting market to target.
Dude.
I got nothing. Whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zip 22. I hope you guys enjoyed the breakdown of this gun. I, for one, find this pistol incredibly inspirational. Because if I'm ever having a bad day, or I feel down on myself, or like I'm not doing enough, or things just aren't working out, I like to think that at least I didn't fucking design that thing. And then I feel a teeny bit better. But I appreciate you guys for following along. I appreciate you for being subscribed to the channel.
Some idiots
More stuff
fever
coming
dream,
next week,
yeah.
but I appreciate you guys staying all the way to the end. And as always, I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers when there's less fucking wind. Jesus Christ.
A common Brandon W. All right, speaking of idiots touching guns, I did
concealing a gun.
I didn't pre-watch this because, excuse me, I didn't pre-watch this because the previous time I tried to watch a video by these chuckle fucks, which was yesterday, I could not stop myself from using every slur for effeminate man that I could think of with the frequency of punctuation marks. Like, I was I was angry, I was irrationally angry from just watching a YouTube video, and I don't expect for this to be any better. So today, we're going to learn some new words that hopefully Twitch isn't yet aware of. Let me pour my tea before we start. Is bundle of sticks and British cigarette still something I can get away with on Twitch, I wonder? Or do I need to go full multilingual with words like comma? An esteemed member of the landed gentry? Australians. They're Australians. They are They are representatives of the sad state of the Australian man, and an explanation for why the Emu War happened and why they lost.
Gun in your pants is really hard. You know, it's concealing a gun in your pants is really hard. You know, it's not an easy thing to do. And luckily, there's a YouTube channel dedicated to exactly what fashion choices you need to make to be able to hide from everyone the fact that you could kill them at any second.
I mean, based on your presented level of physical fitness, I could kill you with my bare hands. I don't particularly need any kind of implement to do that. I possess the physical strength to sever your cervical spine. Ah, we're off to a great start. Oh, an esteemed. Wait, what is the landed gentry? Explain the larger context behind that. That's also very long. That's not snappy enough. But to address the previous point, there was no point made. But like, first of all, the nobility. No, again, what fucking nobility? This is Australia. These are the descendants of a prison colony, both the jailers and the inmates. But which, yeah, I guess it explains gentlemen with land. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure these nine. They still have the taste for little boys, but lack the financial resources to acquire little boys. So I have to settle for them. What a uniquely British problem to have. I guess if they were Pakistani, they would have had an easier time sourcing young boys. Hello from the island. Hello there, good sir. I don't know what island you speak of, but tread lightly. Oh boy, so, previous point. It's funny that, two grown men think of something that has to do with, anywhere in the pelvic bowl, and their immediate thought is the sex. Again, not entirely surprising for someone who grew up on a prison colony, I guess. You say that, but the U.S. taxpayer paid for the Obama's cheese pizza parties. You're not wrong. But again, I think Obama is, based on his marital choices, I think he prefers his sausage big, if Big Mike is any indication. Oh, Christ. We're derailing at Mach speeds here, aren't we? But yeah, to a larger point, yes, it's actually difficult to carry a firearm. It is difficult to dress around a firearm because it forces you to alter your normal everyday wear. Like, I had to go away from tailored t-shirts that I like to wear because they're not very good at concealing a firearm because, one is very evidently present in your waistband. And I am a proponent of concealed carry. I think people should be able to open carry. There are instances where open carrying is appropriate. However, I don't. I like to conceal carry. Replace your arm with a multifunction prosthetic that includes a small cannon? A small cannon? How dare you, Digby? I will accept nothing less than a 50 BMG Rufus round.
Need to make to be able to hide from everyone the fact that you could kill them at any second. If I were brand new to concealed carry, I would buy these clothes.
Okay, that is perfect to us because we are brand new to concealed carry.
I'm brand new to clothes.
Yeah, me too. So all of this is new.
Bitches love cannons and true, no lie detected.
I'm glad we finally got something to learn. What I find really funny just straight off the bat is that it says don't wear this, and it's like possibly the gayest sentence that exists in English. Yeah. Like, you can't be seen in that. But
really, can I let's quickly peruse the thumbnails that the two of you generate. Like, that's not remotely a fucking gay thumbnail, is it? What is this? What is this, my guy? I hate to bring it to you, but sometimes the criticism that people levy at you is the thing that bears down on their conscience the most.
Like, these are gun guys, but like big masculine guys, and be like, the 10 do's and don'ts of being a gun guy in the order.
Yeah, exactly. But also, I am slightly jealous of them because it's
interesting how they feel so threatened on a fundamental physiological level that they instantly have to deflect at, oh, you dress consciously, therefore you are gay. It would be less gay to suck a dick than being those two guys. Yes, I'm pretty sure.
It's like they're playing life like they're a video game character.
Yeah.
Or it's like, oh, I'm specking out my clothes for my weapon. Because it's like, if you are carrying a weapon, that honestly should be the only thing you're ever thinking about.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
everything else should revolve around your weapon. It's a big responsibility, so kind of makes sense.
I mean, carrying a firearm is a responsibility. The comment about, oh, they live life like a video game, no, it's that. See, that's the core misunderstanding of a lot of Europeans. It's not that we live life like a video game. It's that your only experience of personal agency is limited to video games, and not even more recent ones.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to spec this guy.
Lots of people are hyper-focused on gear, but they limit their focus to the gun or the accessories that go on the gun. But what about your clothing? Clothing is a critical part of the system.
I love that it's a system. It's not gay. We're not being women. This is all about a tactical clothing system.
Hey guys, this is...
Yes, multiple components that produce an effect larger than the combination of the parts are inherently a system. You need to understand how the things that you put together interact between themselves. And dressing around a gun is important because you need to factor in, how are you gaining access to this gun? Are you printing? Are you telegraphing the fact that you are in fact armed in less permissive environments? You just see it as being a gun nerd. You don't care. Exactly. Like, again, Brigger Branch, you're not threatened by it. Like, you're not emasculated by the fact that someone somewhere has the capability of being armed. Because I assume if you had the same capability, you would also have a gun.
Jeff with...
These guys need to jump through mental hoops in order to justify why they're not cucked by the Australian government. They are limp-wristed, ineffectual, and unprepared to deal with any kind of violence by choice.
Tenacor. I'm the founder and designer of Tenacor.
Which seems to be a very frequent sentiment expressed by Australians in particular. Huh. Makes you think.
Products. I've been carrying a gun for over 25 years.
I've never carried anything for that long.
If I carried a gun for 25 years, I would have killed so many people.
Yeah. Who is this pussy?
The amount of accidents...
What?
25 years, I would have killed so many people.
Yeah. Who is this pussy?
The amount of...
What? Who is this? Like, here's the thing. You look like you can't fight yourself out of a wet burlap sack. Why you don't have this? Like, why are you calling someone who takes their own safety and the safety of their family into their hands a pussy because he carries a gun? Like, let's continue that line of investigation. I carry a gun on me every day. When I go outside, even if I open my door and I'm not the one initiating the door being opened, there is going to be a firearm within reach. America is not a battle royale. Yeah, they seem to fail to understand that. But even before that, like, here's the thing. I carry a gun on me, right? And if someone decides to sort of argue that detracts from either my competence or from my expressed masculinity, is usually going to be someone who's not going to reciprocate to an invitation to sign a mutual combat agreement and go hit the mats. Like, I will put down the gun. I can arrange for an MMA gym, and I can even arrange for someone to stand over me to make sure that I don't hurt them too badly. But for some reason, the people proffering this line of logic, oh, you carry gun, therefore pussy, are for some reason universally thin-wristed, incapable, emasculated cucks. Just, that is a 100% universal. That is a straight up guarantee. I wonder why. But also the mindset of, if I carried a gun for an extended period of time, I would have killed someone. Why does their mind go to that instantaneously? Like, how conditioned by the fucking longhouse do you have to be to not trust yourself with any kind of implement that enhances your capacity for violence? And I guess it also speaks to the fact that neither of them has any understanding of violence, starting from hand-to-hand combat and, to employing any kind of extracurricular in that sense. They do not trust themselves with access to violence because they've never had a capacity for it. So therefore they participate in society on society's rules solely because they fear the consequences of doing so. They do not operate in society as a conscientious actor. They do not choose to cohabitate with people. They are forced to cohabitate, because if the force of the state was hypothetically not there, if the threat of a larger source of violence wasn't there, what would you do? You would become instantly belligerent and criminal? They did do some boxing. Kotaru, how much is some boxing? They do not strike me as people who are competent at any physical pursuit, I'll be real. Like, what did they do? Boxing for a video? Disney made us. I'm sorry, I think that was a pre-existing condition, my guy. YouTube boxing, that doesn't count as real boxing. As much as I dislike boxing, it is also a oh no. Okay, it's all starting to come together. One of them is a Russian immigrant. Okay, I see. I'm beginning to see the roots of the Soviet cuckening. That's why you said some. Yeah, I'd say negligible. Oh, they were in a YouTube creator clash. Okay.
Accidents and just people, I'd be like, you've got a gun. I would have shot myself at least twice today.
So again, sort of surrendering to your own incompetence as opposed to understanding that that's a developed skill.
The goal here is for me to share with you my experience in the last 25 plus years, spending all the money and time and energy and resources that I have into figuring out this concealment problem.
Every single article of clothing that he's picked up is undercover cop clothes.
Yep.
A Hawaiian shirt at a music festival. I'm just a normal guy who doesn't have a gun.
Don't have a gun, no gun here, guys.
I've spent
Again, it's valuable experience. No, that's all right. That's all right, Kotaru. Don't worry about the typos. We all do typo. I fat finger off of the phone very frequently. But what I was saying is, it's actually valuable for someone to share minute details about dressing around a gun in different climates, because I had to figure that shit out on the fly. I did not have the benefit of anyone explaining to me what is good concealment, what is printing. Well, at a later point, at the very least, like when I got into the gun crowd, people started sharing sort of little tidbits of, for example, like you never want your concealment garment, unless it's like very, very baggy and has its own texture, to be a monocolor, because that way it's not going to break up the outline of the gun. That's why you want to wear something that has a complex geometrical pattern on it, because it makes it more difficult to recognize the fact that the fabric is actually, laying on top of a gun that has, very specific geometry about it. Like I had to figure out that there's certain layering that you have to work with if you're going from warmer climates to colder climates. There are certain belts that work and just don't work. There's a variety of holsters that work and don't work. Like, yeah, I had to make those mistakes and I had to pay for them out of pocket without the benefit of someone explaining those to me.
Thousands of hours and tens of thousands of dollars experimenting with things and trying to figure out what actually works for carrying a gun every day.
For a man that's spoken about how much research he's done, he's literally wearing a hoodie and jeans.
Yes, because a hoodie and jeans is a good way to deal, with having to dress every day. A hoodie and jeans is a good choice for everyday concealed carry, but there are subtleties that go into that you are incapable of understanding. Because it's not enough to just have the hoodie and jeans. Your jeans have to have enough tolerance in the waistline to have a firearm there with a Kydex holster. Your jeans have to be held up by a belt that has enough rigidity to sustain to carry the weight of a firearm with any other EDC tools you may have without warping, but it has to be soft enough to not push it into your pelvis so that it starts bruising. There's a lot that goes into that.
No, stuff's changed a lot for us.
What are you fucking talking about, bro?
I think the issue is that this man just likes fashion.
Yes.
He likes fashion and he needs to make this elaborate backstory in order to still be a straight guy. And he's like, oh, it's actually like tactical research, like 25 years of research. It's like, no, just be a fashion inspiration channel.
No, my guy, you just do not understand what it means to pursue any utilitarian skill at length, because that's going to change the circumstances of how you dress, what you buy, and like it's going to inform a cascade of choices that you have to make around that commitment.
I like it at the end of this, his resolution was the straight guy outfit.
Yes.
That's the perfect, universally perfect outfit.
The most tactical outfit is jeans and a hoodie. It's not a dress, a big billowy moo where no one can see. You could have an AR-15 on moo.
You can have suicide vest.
But that's not the most tactical thing.
No.
For the first 10 or so years of me carrying a gun, it was this constant process of experimenting with different belts, different holsters, different clothing, trying to find something that was both comfortable and concealable.
We also need to make a caveat there that before the widespread proliferation of content creation on YouTube around the topic, there was significantly less information about that, full stop. Like now I have the luxury of just going online, going over some reviews for different stuff, putting together a stack that works for me. That's why I got away with, buying my carry gun just out of the gate and it being a good carry gun, because I had the exposure and I had the plethora of information available to me. And I sort of understood, okay, so like for my setup, a Glock 43X is optimal. The best practice is to carry in a rigid Kydex holster. Inside the waistband carry is generally optimal. Appendix carry does not quite work for me because I have an additional requirement for hip mobility, because I like having the capability to throw high kicks. Therefore, I'm going to offset it to 1 o'clock compared to standard appendix carry. And sort of there's layers to it that I was capable of designing based on the information that was already made available that was not there 20 years ago.
It wasn't until I switched to appendix carry that my wardrobe choices...
Penis carry?
Appendix carry?
Oh, I thought he said, what he's talking about his penis.
His penis? My penis carry?
Is that not what he said?
Did he say penis?
It wasn't until I switched to appendix carry.
He did?
He said penis.
We've researched the perfect way to carry it. It's not penis carry. Penis carry.
I think if he carried a gun for 25 years, he's probably shot himself in the head a couple of times.
Yeah.
And now he just can't say the word penis anymore.
You're aware that you can't survive shooting yourself in the head, right?
Yeah, but also I love the idea of every man that carries a gun has to point it directly at their cock.
So standardizing the gun.
So carrying appendix is the optimal way to conceal the carry specifically for a variety of reasons. Everything else is usually a compromise between you being fat and still needing to concealed carry. The most comfortable way to carry a gun is outside the waistband at 3 o'clock, sure. But that's not an appropriate way to carry a firearm in a lot of situations. Like even in Texas, if I have a gun on my, if I open carry a gun, I'm gonna catch looks in certain scenarios. Like if I go and open carry a gun into the fucking Kinokuniya downtown, I'm going to get looks. And I'm pretty sure, I think they have a sign that prohibits open carry. So I'm cutting off a lot of places I can patronize in that state of being. Not on top of the fact that I'm also attracting a lot of attention to myself, which isn't something you want to do.
Gun that you have, the holster you have, and the belt that you have, which are kind of the foundational components to your carry system, is really important. Once you do that, you kind of know what kind of pants, what kind of shorts, what kind of shirt you can buy or wear. And it basically simplifies the entire process. I currently carry a Glock 19 with a Trijicon RMR on it.
I currently carry Glock 19. Chill the fuck out.
It's like those guys that squeeze your hand really hard when you do a handshake. It's just, no, I don't want to. Ah!
No, you effeminate fuckwit. You absolute fucking bundle of sticks. He took it out with a slight acceleration because Kydex holsters have resistance. Usually you would tighten your Kydex holster, I'm picking up my Glock over there, in a way that it's just rigid enough to retain your firearm, and then you have to defeat the tightness of the screws and release your gun. Might also be in a situation where insane people want to test you all of the time. That's why whenever open carry is discussed, it only open carry in a 3-step retention holster. That is the absolute only way to open carry. And I don't have a 3-step retention holster because I don't carry a full-sized gun. Therefore, I will not open carry. Besides the point. But yeah, the reason they're funny, he take gun out fast. Yeah, that's how a fucking retention holster works, you useless fucking sped.
It's just unnecessarily aggressive.
I won't do it. I won't squeeze again. But they always go like, and you're just like, okay, dude, I was chill, and now you just assaulted me. I don't know why you did that.
A firm handshake is assault, by the way. Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing. It's these like super insecure men that have to just have like one overly aggressive action throughout like a normal situation. And imagine
you wouldn't survive a single overly aggressive action if one was ever attempted against you.
this guy eating a fucking banana. I'm just a regular, everyday guy. How have you been?
Yeah, good.
So let's talk about specific clothing in general. We'll start at the top and kind of work our way down.
He's talking about tops.
He's going to describe t-shirts to us and then pants to us.
Oh no, I thought he was talking about tops and bottoms.
Ah.
It'd be like, this kind of gay person needs to wear this kind of clothes and then you have this kind of gun. Bottoms, just don't carry a gun at all.
No.
You don't need it. The tops are here to protect you.
Should be the other way around. Right?
Are they saying that all of Australia is populated by exclusively bottoms? Yeah, that checks out.
No, bottoms, submissive.
Was the bottoms the submissive one? I thought the bottom was the one they're on.
Who likes?
No, I thought they were on the bottom, so they're the ones doing the fucking.
This is humor, by the way. This is that that Commonwealth brand brilliant banter, as it's referred to. Fantastic stuff.
You fuck on the bottom. How do you think anal sex works?
If they're on top of you.
I think the classic idea of anal sex is
it goes in your bottom.
Yeah.
So it turns out
you've been lying to everyone.
I'm a top.
Yeah, you've been lying to everyone.
What the fuck? Okay, that explains why everyone's so fucking confused.
So undershirts are a thing. I have always lived in northern climates, and so I've always worn an undershirt. And so when I carry a gun, I wear an undershirt. It is more comfortable in general for me, and it helps to protect my body from the gun. So generally...
The undershirt protects your body from the gun?
Yes, because your body is mostly made of soft tissue, like skin. And the gun, especially the grip, has varying degrees of aggressive texturing, because the function of the texturing is to make sure there is no friction between your hand and the gun. But when an aggressive surface has friction against soft tissue, over time it's going to damage said soft tissue, and it is more comfortable to have an undershirt between your skin and the gun. I do not understand why this is a difficult concept to ponder. Why is this difficult to understand? Like, it's the same way that you would get gi rash from grappling. That's why you wear a rash guard. Then again, what the fuck am I talking about? Neither of these men has ever held anything heavier than his boyfriend's penis, and that's probably not particularly heavy.
Everything about this is so good, explaining why you need to wear an undershirt in a cold environment. It's just because of the gun.
Otherwise, I'd be naked. If I didn't have a gun, oh, the freedom.
Oh,
the things I'd be able to do. Fucking terrifying to think that there's some guy who's spent 25 years working out that hoodie is a perfect way to pretend he's not about to murder someone.
Well, first of all, about to murder someone. What is that fucking mindset?
Like, I don't know. I don't have anything to do with it.
I found it really bad when we were in tech.
Like, you carry a gun not to protect yourself and your family, to murder someone. Holy shit. People like that shouldn't be trusted in society.
And you saw people with their concealed carry.
Yeah.
That's not a concealed carry. You fucking... Slow breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. Do not say gamer words. Do not say gamer words. You know that the Russian for bundle of sticks is Pider? You do with that information what you will.
Do with it.
I found it really bad when we were in Texas and you saw people with their concealed carry.
Yeah.
Some part of me just wants to be like, you just want to
give me.
You just want to take it.
Although
it's fine.
Texas was much gayer than this.
You would die. You would actually die if you tried that. I wish he tried that and found out.
So good, like tight, like leather jeans and like pink checkered shirts, and then just like leather boots, like
cowboy
leather stiletto, so like knee-high stiletto boots, just walking around. I'm like, these are good-looking boys,
and all because of their gun.
Yeah,
that's the only reason they do it.
I need these high heels to protect me from the gun.
With any clothing, the higher quality clothing, it's going to be more comfortable and it's going to feel better and fit better. Find a particular...
What the hell, cowboys are cool? Exactly. I mean, cowboy boots go hard. It's a nice boot. And the purpose of a leather boot is to be a nice soft material that isn't synthetic shit, that still has airflow. That is that also protects you from the elements. For example, from the fucking diamond head rattlesnakes that are endemic in Texas.
Your t-shirt or undershirt brand that you like, and then stick with that thing. I have found that the district-made DM130 works really well.
That is just a shirt. I find the DN130 works really well. What needs to work? You need 4 holes in a shirt. One big one, one slightly smaller one, and two very small ones.
Incorrect. Shirts have different degrees of breathability. Shirts have different weight to the cotton that they're made of, or the cotton that is blended with the synthetic. They have different degrees of moisture retention. They have different breathability. There are a lot of variables that go into a fucking shirt. I have a preferred brand of undershirt. I very specifically wear Avirex shirts because they're made with a good military standard. They're originally designed for the Air Force. It insulates you well enough, but it's also breathable, and because it's cotton, it doesn't get stuffy, it doesn't stink after an extended period of time like synthetics do. Yeah, there's some thought to be given to wearing clothes if you are at least baseline active.
Yeah. What other functions do you need for this?
Yeah, tell me the specs of this shirt. Like, that's what I want to know.
It's nothing. It's just that it's branded and he's selling his own merch.
So he said, I found my own shirt.
My own shirt.
Let's talk about cover garments. You need to put something over the top of the gun to cover it. Cover garments that are stretchy and knitty, like this one. This is like a polo. This is going to form around the gun and is not going to work very well.
Yep, especially with the monocolor, the outline is going to be a dead giveaway.
T-shirt is going to be maybe a little better than this because it's not going to be quite as stretchy as this.
I mean, this is the same kind of stuff I think about because I just always have a boner.
Yes.
Just constantly. So I really need to pick clothes.
I'm pretty sure that your boner is barely visible, if at all. Given your physiognomy, I would doubt that you have the testosterone level required to even produce a boner.
Don't form around my penis.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why you buy a belt. For down low, you pull your boner down.
Or you put it up and you got a cock ring with the power of your belly and belt.
That's a good idea as well. I usually do the tuck down in between my ass cheeks, then you tense your ass cheeks and you close like boner comes back.
There's no way.
Into arse cheeks, and you tense, and it locks it in there.
You've become aware of a new delightfully awful housing market trick. Heard of the one-hit sensation buy to let, get ready for let to let. I mean, listen, it's cash flow.
And the best thing is, if you're threatened, you release.
Oh.
You got your own fucking flip knife in your pants.
in your groin.
In your underpants.
That's cool.
Try it. And even better is you go do it while soft, and then you get erect. And then it's
you get erect because your dick is in your own ass.
Yeah, exactly.
And it feels good.
It feels great.
Yeah. Now, if you want to sell your own gun-friendly clothing, but you're worried about how complicated commercial management is, then look no further than the sponsor of today's video, Odoo. They're in new opportunities.
We skip the ad because I have to limit the opinions that I express about these bundles of sticks.
Climb log activity
from your well-done revenue estimate
so
today.
Maybe homosexuality should be a felony again.
Shirt, so you can have solid. So another aspect to concealment is going to be patterns on shirts. So you can have solids like this, and then you can have patterns. So this is like a plaid.
You know the best pattern? A pattern of multiple guns.
Oh, you don't know
so
where
they
it
don't
is.
know which gun is where.
Yeah.
You say that. But that is realistically a good fucking shirt. Wait a second. I actually clicked on what I would like. What polls are both of you voting on? There are no polls here. But yeah, Retro Rifle is actually my go-to brand for most Hawaiian shirts. There's another one that I will not disclose because I want that to be my secret weapon and exclusive to me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Fucking perfect.
That's what he should sell. And people will be distracted. And they were like,
It's a fantastic shirt. Retro, I think they ship globally. If you don't mind overpaying for shipping, it's very solid. It's like a very nice, smooth synthetic cloth. Like, naturally, it's going to be synthetic because, it's sort of the use case. But it's nice, it's breathable, it's pleasant on the skin, very high quality. Like, I have a number of those shirts in my regular rotation. They're pretty cool. I can actually even drop the website. Fuck it. Like, I don't mind being a shill. Fuck it. I don't even have an affiliate link I'm willing to.
Let me see the guy with all the guns on his shirt isn't carrying a gun.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to draw attention.
No, exactly. That's where you get it.
Plaids are going to be very square because you have lines running one way and perpendicular lines running another way.
Oh, you cannot be serious. He's describing what plaid is. What's really good about this shirt is that it's got 2 armholes, so I'm not stuck like this all day. How is this a YouTube video? He looks like he's about to fall asleep.
This is amazing. 6 minutes and he just explained why he wears really boring shirts.
So they're going to...
Yes, he explains the underlying logic of doing something because he's thought about it and he has experience to share. You're also free to click off and, I don't know, fucking sexually molest a dingo or whatever your types do.
cover up
Don't you have a child to steal and rape?
square things really well, but not rounded things as well. Something like a Hawaiian shirt will cover up both because it is going to have both straight
Shirts shown in your own currency. Yes, they ship here. Yeah, there you
straight lines and round lines. And
What's a round line? You're carrying a grenade? What are you hiding underneath you? But also, if it covers round and square, why are you showing us any of the other options? Hawaiian shirt at all times.
Because a Hawaiian shirt is usually a patchwork of different geometrical shapes, which is very good for breaking up a pattern of something that is comprised of straight lines, like a fucking gun.
shirt right here has plaid on it, which is great, but it is relatively light. And so the lighter colors are going to show the shadows and stuff more, and so they're not going to work as well.
When you place your orders, make sure to add a comment that you were made aware of the website by Kuromaru Onii-san, and tag my Twitch or Twitter there. That way, we will be one step closer to a custom Kurumaro Onii-san pattern.
For concealment.
Where's our gun?
Oh, where did our gun go?
Where did our gun go?
Hello? Yeah, gunny. Oh, there he is.
We got a gun. We got a taser. Which one do you want to conceal?
I am surprised that they're allowed to have tasers.
I'd rather conceal this. I don't accidentally tase myself. Okay, trigger discipline.
See, towards my penis.
Yeah.
Can you see I'm concealing anything? Absolutely not.
These are really.
You can't even see.
And then, bam, shot ya.
See, I don't know what he's talking about. The penis.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
You get the feeling they use that taser more for fetish stuff? Very likely.
That's what I try to do.
This man's an expert.
Yeah, this is impossible.
This is really hard to conceal your gun.
It feels like this is a very, very simple concept.
Yes.
Like, I put it in.
Yes.
Let's say I've got it in my penis hold.
Yes, it's in your penis hole.
Oh, you can still kind of see it.
See,
That is kind of complicated.
Yeah, but it's because it's go in the middle. Yeah, I can't see nothing. Nothing. There's nothing there.
And then it just looks like I'm like about to masturbate, and they're like, oh, whatever. Don't look at this guy. He's masturbating in public, and then he shoots you.
Well, there we go. Maybe we only know that because we've watched his YouTube video.
What's so gay about this video was imagining this man trying on heaps of different outfits and going in front of the mirror. It is just like the lamest shit I've ever seen.
If I had a gun, that's all.
My brother in Christ, you look into a mirror supposedly every morning. I struggle with thinking that this is the lamest thing you have ever seen. But also, if you're going to conceal carry, hey there, Crespian, we're examining the absolute state of Australian masculinity. The findings so far are not very encouraging. I believe we may have to organize. How should I put this nicely? A Viking-style raid to inject some higher quality genes into the population, possibly exterminate some of the ones who are not suitable for the continuation of the species. It's rare to see a man with 1,000 cocks there. He definitely has one. But on a serious note, if you're going to concealed carry a gun, and you will dress around it, it's generally advisable to understand that you know how to navigate your concealment garment, which means you know how to clear it out of the way of the gun and form a grip when you're wearing a specific thing. So when I choose out an article of clothing, I will render my firearm safe, put it in its holster, put the holster onto the supposed new pair of pants or under a new shirt, and I will go through the motions of drawing my firearm to understand that nothing interferes with my draw stroke, with me producing the firearm in a manner that is safe and effective. Yes, that is things that you do. Same as how when I'm picking out pants, I make sure that I have the mobility to throw a high kick.
I would do. You're looking at me? You're looking at me?
Another consideration for tops is going to be jackets. When I wake up in the morning, I get dressed, I put the gun on, the gun comes off when I'm going to bed. It's not a thing that I just put on to go to the store.
I mean, if you're serious about guns, I don't think you should take it off when you go to sleep.
No, lots of things happen in your sleep.
Also, when you're sleeping, I presume he doesn't sleep with clothes on.
I presume he has very specific tactical outfits for sleep.
I was going to say you should. You really should, because otherwise you could be caught sleeping and someone might see your gun when you're sleeping.
Yeah, that's true. For sleeping, it's actually very tactical to have a starched sleeping cap, slightly stiff, so they can't tell where your head's going to move.
Yep.
And then also a gown, a sleeping gown, because it covers your gun where you might have it. And then you want a little saucer with a can.
That's an asinine argument. I'm not even going to
Handle on it, so you can see at night, and also you can warn people. They can hear you when you start trembling.
Yes, I like that. It's a good idea.
If you are a part-time gun carrier, then I guess you can get away with, I'm gonna put the gun on to leave the house and put my jacket on, but now you're committed to always having that jacket on because otherwise your gun isn't concealed. Those are different lifestyle choices that you need to make. You need to decide what kind of gun carrier you are. Are you a full-time gun carrier or a part-time gun carrier?
He self-identifies as a full-time gun carrying man. If he leaves the house in a jacket, he's wearing that jacket until it's sleep time.
Yes. I do understand that. Like, if I had a gun underneath me, under my jacket, I wouldn't want to take my jacket.
Oh, because it's illegal.
Because people would know I had a gun.
And they'd be like, who is this freak?
Yeah, but also it would change your interaction with everyone around you. If I was doing a suicide bombing and I was covered in a bomb, and then someone just stopped for a random conversation, you'd be like, yep, going well. Don't have a bomb on me. Be like, imagine carrying a gun on you at all times. Be like,
I'm just making a deposit at the bank. This is...
Yes, carrying a gun on you is actually pretty mundane because the context for using a gun exists entirely outside of day-to-day conversation. It is actually very similar to being able to fight. I understand that neither of these cocksuckers would have any frame of reference for that. It's not that you just, well, yes, you get used to it, but you get used to more like the physical sensation of it being there. Like, there's not a lot of psychological pressure outside of, I don't know, like as a new gun owner, you do get a little bit self-conscious about the fact that it's sitting in your pelvic bowl, I guess, when you don't entirely understand the mechanical safeties of a Glock, or if you carry a P320 when you're actually in real danger of shooting your balls off. That's besides the point, different tangent, never mind. But like the main thing that's on your mind when you're carrying a gun, they've been leashed for too long. They look like they get leashed on a nightly basis, Crispy, and if only they would finally suffer the David Carradine route.
It's normal.
Nice to meet you.
If you're a part-time gun carrier, you're constantly problem-solving stuff throughout the day of, oh, what am I wearing here? What am I wearing there? Oh, now I'm in a situation that I'm inside for the next 2 hours and I have a puffy coat on and I'm hot and I'm sweaty and I'm uncomfortable.
If you wear a jacket indoors and refuse to take it off for whatever reason, you're going to be sweaty and uncomfortable. Like, that doesn't matter whether you're part-time or full-time. You shouldn't be wearing too many clothes.
One of the considerations that I think of for most of my
That's why, for example, I actually advocate for not practicing the quote-unquote part-time gun carry because it complicates the way you interact with your hardware. The reason for EDC, for everyday carry, implies that you standardize the way you interact with the hardware that you have on you all of the time. That simplifies decision-making. It simplifies what you do with your wardrobe in different environments. That is why, for example, like dressing around a gun consistently is a good idea. It means that you're never going to create that context where you do not know how to operate like this different clothing setup around the firearm that you have.
Jackets is I want a double zipper and I want the bottom zipper because I need to be able to unzip this enough that I can access the gun.
Why is that something you think about?
Because if you carry a gun, you need to have access to it. You absolute fucked out brainlet.
I feel like he's a man-child. Like, he talks about how he's, ready to take a life and he's so serious.
He's not said a fucking word about taking a life, you nitwit.
Is child behavior. Setting up all your clothes so you can have your Harry Potter wand accessible at all times.
It's not a Harry Potter wand, you fucking twig. It is a backstop against violence that is visited upon you. Like, I understand that it's difficult to just to come to terms with having personal agency. If you're someone whose default response to a threat is curl up into the fetal position and pray, but some of us like to have personal agency. Some of us haven't been long housed into a pale facsimile of men.
But also, he hasn't even gone far enough. Like, if I was
killed someone.
Well, he might have.
Oh, yeah.
But if you were designing clothes to shoot a gun as quickly as possible, it's very normal to walk around with your hands in your pocket. You just have a hole in your back of your pocket. You can just reach your gun out, so you don't have to go.
Yeah.
You just be like this. You didn't think of that.
Or have it so your gun's mounted in your pants but constantly pointing forward. So you just have to face the person.
That's
And then you have a little trigger from your sleeve that you just flick.
Or bloody shoe gun. You stomp hard. Shoot a gun.
The whole purpose of wearing a jacket is you might go outside, right?
The whole purpose of wearing a jacket is that you might go outside.
I did not fucking realize.
I thought the rain jacket was like a bedtime thing.
I thought it was for use in the shower.
Yeah, because it's wet.
It's wet. That's why I've been wearing my rain jacket. Fucking idiot.
I'm so glad I watched this video.
Yeah, wow.
If you have a gun and you're watching this and you're learning things from this video, I think it's just the scariest thing that's ever happened. If you have the power to kill someone in a split second and you don't know that shoes are for outside the house and slippers.
I have the power to kill someone in a split second with my bare hands, especially someone who's as malformed and dysgenic as the both of you.
Of her inside.
Amazing.
So an important aspect of your clothing and of your gear carrying setup is,
to quote Dr. Mike Israetel, "Ёбаный в рот, сука, блядь, пидорасы."
going to be your belt, because it is the thing that basically holds everything up. This is a pretty thick gun belt. This is a Magpul Tejas belt. This is a great belt that works really well.
That is just a normal belt.
That is a belt.
That is not a normal belt. That is a belt with a rigid core.
Gunmen being convinced that there's a special thing here. It looks like a belt a Lego man would wear. Like, it's completely the most average belt in the world.
I think consistently belts are the things you can buy that even when you buy the cheapest ones, they usually still work. You know, like a shoe will fall apart if you get a $20 shoe. Yeah. You get a $5 belt.
Oh, I've had some pretty shit belts, but I was a fat kid, so like as I'm putting it through the test.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
An important part of belts isn't just how they're designed, but you got to use them right.
Most important part of belt. Okay, I understand. This is like
he's shot himself in the head.
Of a belt. He said that of a belt. He said the indefinite article.
Accidentally shot himself in the head, and now he has to work out how to stop doing that.
The tighter the belt, the more comfortable the gun will be and the more concealable the gun will be. However, you could tighten the belt so tight that the belt is uncomfortable. You want to find that balance of tightening as much as you can for comfort.
Yes, mashing a hard polymer brick into your body, which is, you know, an approximately sort of aspirationally circular shape, while the gun is, for all intents and purposes, squared, is a problem that has to be solved for. It's not easy to square that particular circle.
Comfort and concealability.
What the fuck is this? You might find when you're putting a belt on that if you tighten it too much, it hurts you. Stop doing that. Who is this gun wielding?
Yep, ready to go.
I actually don't understand who the audience is for this. Who's this person that needs to be told to stop tightening their belt when it starts to hurt them?
Typically, I wear 511 Defender Flex jeans. They just look like normal jeans. They don't look like tactical jeans or tactical pants. What I like about them is that they are stretchy, and then they also have the hip pockets. And so I find the hip pockets to be kind of the magic pocket. So this may sound like a lot, and that's because—
Wait, he didn't explain that at all. I kind of find the hip pockets are magic pockets. I was like, oh, okay, what is he talking about? No, it's normal.
And then listen to his summary.
So this may sound like a lot, and that's because it is.
None of that was a lot until you said magic pockets and then didn't explain it. You explained what a belt is, what pants are, when to wear a jumper.
And different shirt materials.
For 15 fucking minutes.
He did actually go through a lot of considerations.
What you need to do first is ask the question, are you committed to carrying a gun every day? If you're committed to carrying a gun every day, then you're going to make the lifestyle changes necessary.
If there are this many rules to wearing clothes, if it's this complicated, you spend 25 years working this out, no.
No, but all it is a macro decision. And then that solves all these micro decisions in your life.
Yes.
If you make one macro decision, which he has taught you how to do, then it's just utility maximization. You've solved your whole life.
Done.
By deciding you're always ready to kill.
You're going to decide what gun are you going to carry.
I'm sorry, that was such high octane retardation. I don't even know where to start picking that apart.
Holster you're going to carry, what belt are you going to use, and then what other clothing do you need to wear, or do you need to buy, or do you need to get rid of that supports that decision.
It's just such consumerist bullshit though. I feel like if I had a gun, it would solve a lot of problems, that you'd be less kind of reliant on the rest of society. The fact that you buy a gun and then you're like, oh, I gotta throw away my clothes and buy stuff from this like special gun clothes store. It's just like, you're a cuck.
You're a cuck. And also, once you have a gun, you don't have to buy anything ever again.
You just walk in and ask for it.
It's the fucking Euro mindset. They think that, like, first of all, the gun doesn't solve any problems inherently by existing. Second of all, I mean, you really can't breed the prison colony out of the Australians, can you? Oh, like if I had a gun, I wouldn't buy anything ever again. Why? Because you just go on a fucking crime spree? Okay. You consider that other people also have guns? How dare you enjoy your hobby? That could save your life. I wouldn't refer to it as a hobby. You can spin it into a hobby. Like, you can make your personality. I don't see. That's sort of the other fucking the other end of the spectrum, so to speak. Like when someone makes their entire personality, I carry a gun, that's also kind of obnoxious, but it's still better to whatever the fuck they are.
Yeah, I thought that was the point of having a gun.
Yeah.
Of all the gun channels I watch on YouTube, this one has taught me the most about everything around concealing carry. Doesn't even try to sell me stuff. That was his own product. Tenorcore is his shop.
I love how dumb
The shirt is his shop, nothing else there is. Fuck. Only the shirt is the product. Yes, he has products that sort of fit the bill, but he's not. He specifically pointed out 511 pants. I don't believe he pointed to a specific brand of belt. The hoodie is also very generic. Like, he's given you generic options to work with.
these men are. Wow, you taught me so much about shirt and belt. I'm so glad you're just a random guy not selling me things. This man should not have the right to decide who lives and dies. That's crazy. I found a company on YouTube when I couldn't sleep. I was on night shift guarding my house because everyone's attacking always. I've ordered 2 holsters since then, same day. This guy has insomnia and he's like, how can I kill better? Dude, you need help. You should not be on this YouTube channel. You need some therapy. You need some sleep.
I guess it's telling that they cannot comprehend the concept of a general interest in self-sufficiency and the question of how do I kill better? Probably because they were never socialized as men, but they were successfully socialized as defective women.
Not 2 holsters in the middle of the night.
That was a horrible video, and we learned.
Depending on where you live, your exposure to violence will be drastically different. Yes, very much so. Not even just violence. I mean, there are other hazards that make, the consideration for a gun significantly more significantly more realistic. Like, if I live in cougar country, yeah, you fucking bet I'm not stepping foot outside without a gun. The last place I lived had bars on the windows because break-ins were that common. Yeah, I mean, I live in a nice neighborhood. We had 4 break-ins last year. Granted, we had those break-ins because the low-income neighborhood that's within driving distance has figured out that there are a lot of Indians in this neighborhood, and Indians are afraid of owning guns. Therefore, breaking into an Indian's apartment is basically just free game.
Not even lying. I knew absolutely all of that.
By the way, the Indian apartments are the ones that have a ton of shoes in front of the front door.
That's the most obvious information.
But it's not just knowing it before. It's the kind of information that you don't need to think about.
No, I'm saying I know what a belt is.
An important part of belts.
It's just like background info that your mind doesn't even address because it's so straightforward. I would die drinking a glass of water if my brain had to think about tightening a belt too hard. There's no way you'll survive. You can't cross the street if you're just tightening your belt until it hurts and not knowing how to fix this attack that's happened to you.
I love that this man has a gun.
Well, I think that's the issue with this video. At the end of the day, it just makes me so scared to be in America. People who find this informative are out there deciding whether or not they should kill you. I don't know. I think
you're just the dumbest man in the world.
No one is going to decide whether or not they should kill you until you assault them. That's just not a thing that happens. This entire frame of reference, it's such a massive fucking self-report that these feeble, emasculated, powerless cucks are so repressed that at the mention, like even at the idea of coming into a possession of a tool that makes them at least marginally forbiddable, their first impulse is, I shall now decide who lives and dies. Their mindset is so fundamentally broken that all they do is helplessly seethe. Holy shit. Seek the sweet release of death. A guy tried to pick a fist fight with you because he didn't like the price you were selling the car for. After the first chest thump and shove, you started drawing your firearm. The motion of you reaching for it was enough for him to decide to leave. Yeah, many such cases. These guys live in another world. I frequently describe this as a luxury mindset. Not having to think about having any kind of countermeasure to violence is a luxury mindset. It means that you have been either so sheltered or so delusional that you think violence cannot feasibly reach you, that you do not think to have a countermeasure, that you do not think to develop any strategy to deal with incoming violence. That is disqualifying as a man. Because as a man, you are the one who is responsible for your safety and the safety of anyone in your care. Like, as a head of household, I am the one who's responsible for home defense, both designing, equipping, and executing most of it. Yes, these are things that I have to proactively think about, because that is my burden to carry. And like, these soft-handed kama are just incapable of understanding the mindset of existing in the real world.
You know, one really good use for guns.
Yeah.
Is that, I think.
You're the dumbest men in the world.
You know, one.
The dumbest men in the world. I'm pretty sure that most people who frequently interact with firearms have a higher average IQ than people that don't, but okay.
Really good use for guns.
Mostly because people who don't frequently interact with firearms are felons, and, you know, criminality usually is associated with a lower IQ. And in order to afford guns to own legally in the US, you need to make significant money, which is also strongly associated with a higher IQ. So I guess, checkmate, bitch. Then you have people who raise boys without investing in them, acquiring any physical skills to counteract malicious opposition. Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that you can use it to get the audience to subscribe to our Patreon.
How?
So if I go like this and I'm just like, I'm gonna shoot Alex in the head.
Wait, no,
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna shoot him in the head.
Wait, please,
shut up. I'm gonna shoot him in the head if you don't. For $5 a month to join the Patreon, just $5 a month, and you get your own exclusive videos.
I'm gonna stop. There is another video that I've potentially considered watching, but I will drop an F-bomb if I continue. There is only so much that I can proxy out to different languages.
I
will drop a bannable slur if I have to watch another one of their fucking videos. I'm gonna go through the React part, and we're gonna play some video games after this. Don't be that kind of parent, drive your child to kickboxing or a range. I'd say eventually both. Just a second. Right, where was I? Right, React videos. So here's the thing. Kickboxing is okay. It's better than classical boxing. The considerations for training children are a little bit different than ones for training adults. I would say up to a certain age, even well into your teens, you as a father should be capable of imparting certain martial competences to your child. The range, definitely yes. Understanding firearms handling is a skill that also has to be imparted inside of the family. Don't outsource that. Don't rely on external parties to do the parenting for you. Okay, what is this? Time to fire Dana White for betrayal. The UFC is losing to boxing. Okay, sure.
I always prefer MMA to boxing. I just can't help it. I will always enjoy MMA more than I will enjoy boxing.
Well, because boxing is a boring sport. It's very narrow in its skill set and not particularly entertaining to watch. There's not a lot of information to be gleaned from watching high-end boxing.
I can't do anything about that. I just love to see head kick KOs. I like seeing head kicks, spinning kicks. I like submissions. I think it's way more interesting than boxing overall. However, in the modern combat sports era, boxing is better for boxing fans than MMA is for MMA fans. And when I say MMA, I mean the UFC.
Okay.
Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe it's not. We're going to get into that in today's video. But Eddie Hearn just went off on the UFC in Ariel Helwani's recent interview with him. And I completely agree. Boxing is winning. We are losing. Okay?
What is this fucking winning and losing the scenario that is proposed to us? What is that accent? I don't know.
And when I say we, I mean the UFC. Because that's what we're fans of. I like watching MMA as
Scottish, maybe?
As well. But the UFC dominates the market in MMA so much. So when you're talking MMA, 9 times out of 10, you're talking about something going on in the UFC. I'd even go as far and say like 48 times out of 59.
I mean, I watch a lot of one.
99 times out of 100. Whatever you want to make the percentage, most of the time you're talking about MMA, you're talking about the UFC. It is worse right now than boxing. I'm going to go through a few things in today's video, but I'm going to start by saying this, and I didn't think I'd ever be able to say this in 2025. The reason why boxing is better than the UFC right now and why it's winning is because in boxing,
what the fuck is it winning? What is the prize? What is the fight? What am I not privy to a larger context? Trash Gamer, who the fuck is this? And also, why the fuck are we looking at the opinions about fighting sports of someone who obviously doesn't train fighting sports? I can see that by the 3 chins clearly visible from under that fucking beard.
The best fight the best, and you get the big fights.
Like, I can see his fucking jowls flapping as his head moves.
I didn't think I'd ever be saying those words. As an MMA fan, I prided myself as a
hairline hidden. I don't care about the hairline.
Young UFC watcher. In the UFC, the best fight the best. I'm glad the UFC dominates the market because that...
Like, man probably thinks that he's cool because he watches UFC as opposed to the footy. But, like, he obviously doesn't participate in the sport. Why the fuck does his opinion about the sport matter?
Way the fighters don't have a choice. The best fight the best, and we get all the big matchups made. And everything's great. And boxing, the best never fight the best. They never fight the best. They never get the big matchups. It's always some guy fighting some guy that he's like a minus 10,000 favorite against. And they'll do that 7, 8, 9, 10 times over and over until they lose and get upset. And then you never get a big fight. Or maybe way down the line, you get some of the big fights. The UFC needs to fight back because boxing is winning right now.
Fight
I'm
back
going to go
against
through the
what?
Eddie Hearn interview. And I'm going to show you some other stuff. Look at the screen right now and tell me that boxing is not better. This is all you need to watch right now. All you need to see is on the screen right here.
When a European watches American sports, they will tell everyone in the neighborhood for reasons he is that guy. Yeah.
The UFC don't promote anything. They're coasting. They've got the fans. They don't care about appeasing the fans that are already there. They've got us. We're going to watch regardless. And I am going to watch regardless. I'm fucking addicted to this. And I can't stop watching. And I hate it.
How about you addict yourself to a fucking gym, my guy? Like, you're out of breath making this tangent.
But I can't stop. And they know they've got me.
Trash Gamer, is this a bit? What the fuck are we watching? The fuck is this?
Know that we're addicted to this. I'll watch a shitty early prelim opener on an Apex. I don't know why.
Like, why am I here exposed to the opinions of Sir Diabetes?
I'm gonna do it though. Why? Why am I doing it? I don't know why.
How long
I
is
don't
this
know what I'm doing
This is an hour-long video.
I'll just watch it.
There's no shot I'm watching the entire thing.
An Apex early prelim opener between 2 women. I don't care, but I'm watching.
He's going viral? Oh, okay. Okay, that is the best argument against universal suffrage I have ever seen.
They don't care anymore. They don't care about the fans they've already got. They've got us. Okay? They're doing boxing fan. They're sitting down to talk about the triple header roundtable. The triple header boxing card in Times Square. The stars of Fatal Fury Times Square come together. This is an upcoming boxing card tomorrow.
Okay, and?
The day after, Canelo is fighting. We don't have anything on boxing right now. I'm going to talk more about this as the video goes on. Promote like this. You can go on the UFC page. We get Nina fucking drama. And a clip of the fighters that will get views and will get numbers. It's fight week.
Huh?
Sandhagen image of him winning a fight. That'll be Bo Nickel winning a fight. That'll be Figueiredo winning a fight. That'll be Reina Derrida winning a fight. UFC X 2 months away. Tickets on sale. This will be Daniel Marcos winning a fight.
Okay.
Gillian Robertson winning a fight. That's all we get is little clips like that. We don't get no promotion other than Nina Drama going, I mean, what would you do if aliens came to Earth? Your shins. That's the alternative from the timeline. Okay, I wonder, listen, I was going to make a fucking 100 fucking people versus a gorilla video. They latch onto some current trend that's going on. A picture of Corey Sandhagen and the rest of the fighters for the Iowa. It's not any better. A finish from Bo Nickel, a finish from Figueiredo, a finish from Montel Jackson, who's on the card, a finish from Jeremy Stevens. There's a celebrity look at fan moments. This is the equivalent of, and I need this to be put into perspective, this card this weekend for boxing, second.
Okay, I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this shit. I'm going to go off very succinctly. If you cannot run a 10-minute mile, if you cannot bench press your own body weight for 10 reps or more, if you cannot do 4 minutes of good heavy bag work with good impact, and if you do not train in a larger combative scenario, your opinion on most things, including MMA, boxing, whatever the fuck else, does not matter. I do not give a fuck. Shut the fuck up, put down the fork, go to a gym. You have to head back to work. Don't worry, I'm not looking at any more of that shit. Like, I'm done. We're gonna look at... You've posted a short for some reason again? Okay. Is there a... There seems to be a larger video attached to it. Just a second. We're gonna look at this. The fuck is that? Okay, so the guy looks like he's a point fighter based on the way he's so bladed, the way he throws his kicks. That was a nice axe kick, sure.
What's up, guys? It's Jeff Chan from MMA Shredded, and I'm about to spar with Robbie Lavar. He is a karate champion with over 1,000 karate fights under his belt.
What kind of karate, though? Let's do the following. I will quickly spin up a poll, and we shall decide what we do next, because we need to pick a thing to do, and we're going to sign off after that. Oh, there's Leona. Where's my stream manager? Let's see. I promise I will control for Digby spinning up alts and altering the results. Okay, what do? And we're going to give you options. Ruined Nurse. Possibly hard mode. I'm not sure if I'll be in the mood to game plan that. Pal World. Hopefully not Tekken. What are my other options for today? What can we possibly sink a little bit of time into? Let me pop up my Steam, see if I'm in the mood for anything. Let's see. I am personally in the mood for a little bit of Quasimorph. Maybe Ready or Not. It's been a while since I played Ready or Not. Okay, let's replace Ready? No, we keep Pal World. We keep Pal World. We're gonna keep Tekken. Ready or not, and the closer is going to be Quasimorph. I would add Death Road to Canada, but I don't have the latest patch. All right, poll has started. We're gonna watch this
He's
while the poll
also
runs.
a former training partner of Raymond Daniels. He is here to get ready for his debut with Karate Combat. You guys haven't heard of that league. The rules are no
I would like to see that.
kicks, body kicks, head kicks for sure, and calf kicks. This will be our first time sparring. I don't know what to expect, but expect some spinning heel kicks from this guy, because you can search up YouTube and you'll find them all over the internet. If you like this video, please remember to like, comment, share.
No thigh kicks is a rule that I disagree with vehemently. Like, if you can't take a low kick, what the fuck are you doing in combat sports?
So, from the start, I look for a foot sweep. Robbie steps back and dodges. I rebalance myself, push off my rear foot, and explode forward into my darting cross. This darting cross is going to be my best weapon in the session. And Robbie goes for a side kick in which I catch/deflect. Robbie lands his kicking foot down and into a churning heel kick. Look at that flexibility and control. If not, would have been good night for me. And in just 10 seconds of the match. And I go for the
interesting that he insists on standing
that
in
same
southpaw.
foot sweep and catch him this time as he went to throw his kick. Another foot sweep attempt from me, and I go for that cross, but Robbie perfectly ducks under and into a body cross.
You know what I think so far? I think that Jeff so far is showing better karate fundamentals than the other guy. He is significantly taller, so his reach is bigger. But the combination of leg sweep into targeted, long-reaching strikes is kind of closer to what you would expect to do with karate, as opposed to trying to run up and score hits with kicks. Nice.
And a beautiful head kick from Robbie here. As I went for a low kick, he lifted his leg up, so I end up hitting his back leg. But as that happened, the leg he lifted up went straight to my head. And a super explosive side kick here from Robbie. If you're new to my channel, I try to highlight all the landed strikes that I believe would have caused significant damage. As you can tell, we are both sparring with a lot of control. I will also be breaking down the fun and fast exchanges for you to understand what happened. Another cross for me here to low kick. So I mentioned that in the introduction that thigh kicks are and what happened.
I maintain that he would not have been able to produce a lot of power in that scenario because, and it's not too clearly visible, but he does not have his back foot planted, so there's not a complete power transition chain here. So that's more of a gotcha than an actual effective hit, but okay.
Cross for me here to low kick. So I mentioned that in the introduction that thigh kicks are illegal in his fight. And as soon as we started, I totally forgot and only realized while editing that I was kicking him in the thigh. A nice inside check from Robbie and into his blitz 1-2, anticipating his
that's a very bad Kizami.
Counter. I was able to
and also not great.
Parry and dodge his counter punches. Robbie blitzed in with punches again, in which I backed away and tried to evade with head movement. Calf kick for calf kick here. I threw my jab here. Robbie blocks and explodes in with a nice left hand. Another calf kick for calf kick. And another straight cross. Because Robbie is so fast and keeps his distance, the cross lands well because it's one of my longest weapons. A beautiful timed side kick by Robbie here intercepts me as I went into attack. Orthodox versus southpaw, we hand play with the lead hand. And another
This is why I don't fucking like boxing gloves.
straight cross.
Okay,
and then
that
another
would've
side
connected.
kick by Robbie. It's like we're playing cross versus side kick. And I go for my side kick. Another foot sweep / calf kick from me.
A big thing that I don't like about side kicks is that it's very difficult to produce enough force in any form of torso kick and any kick to the body to stop a grown man. That's why they're not particularly effective. Like, yeah, you're creating distance, you're pushing him away, sure. You're not really affecting a lot of damage. You're not really disincentivizing him from walking into that again. You're also letting your leg, potentially be grabbed or swiped in a posture that's less than optimal.
And I jump into my roundhouse kick to close the distance and just missed Robbie's left hand. And another jumping roundhouse kick. You'll see me start to throw a lot of jumping kicks because Robbie backs away quickly and these types of kicks closes the distance very well. Now look at this exchange here. I catch Robbie's kick, went for my punch, and Robbie spins for a heel kick. We both missed this time, but I swear to you, in another sparring session later that we had, this exact same thing happened and he landed his kick flush on my jaw. I regret so much not filming that session. Another side kick followed by a big left punch. Here, I faked my jab, went to chamber my leg for a high kick, but saw the opening and I felt I didn't need to go for the actual kick. It's our way of being controlled. Robbie acknowledges it was a good one and we keep going. As you can see, it's all outside fighting. We were feinting, blitzing in, then
Pal World, really? Interesting, okay.
back out. A lot of footwork. That is the only reason why we can have our hands down so low, because we're managing our distance. On the other hand, if we were
How
really
long
close to
ago
each
is
other,
this?
you would see that our
3
hands are
years
tight
ago.
and
So he
high
would
up.
have made his
One of my favorite moves
debut
here
in
against
karate
forward
combat.
moving opponents. Back way, then plant my rear leg in the pivoted position.
Spar with Robbie LeVar. He is
Robbie LeVar. Okay, let's see that karate combat fight.
Touch of gloves underway here, and again you see that.
Okay, so this is the old rule set. One man, one vote. Yeah, fair enough. One time.
Much greater range than we saw
Staying southpaw.
in that opening bout. Both of them trying to put that lead leg to work. Southpaw stance for LeVar.
This is the kind of movement I'm looking for right here. This is the kind of movement, the bouncing, the control, the blitz, closing the gap, looking for the takedown.
Okay.
Well, LeVar does a good job of getting the body lock there, putting Villa on the ground. You see the height discrepancy. That was nice timing from Villa.
He was landing, he was hopping on one leg. He couldn't move backwards because
Both of them seem to come from a point karate background. I'm not a terrible fan of them.
Axe kick there. And you see immediately the emphasis on the leg strikes for this bout. Oh, good work from LeVar to close the distance, take some of the sting out of that body shot.
Just hit like the red button to like shut it down.
Villa's trying to gauge that distance with that lead hand, keeping that front hand out there. Oh.
So both guys with their hands lower. Now, why that doesn't protect their head, it does allow them more fast movement around the hips and the legs.
That's that is a bit of a nonsensical statement. Like, I can move fairly fast even with my hands up.
Top, able to move that head a little bit faster as well.
Oh, nice. Cross again.
Guys, what do you make of this hopping entry from LeVar? He's tried it a couple of times now.
You got to watch out, you know, because he was balancing on one leg and he can't move. He can't move backwards, forward. He can't do anything. That's when he got hit.
And look, LeVar, when he does close the gap, he lifts his
See, if you have added thigh kicks to this, you would have shut down a lot of this shit.
front leg up, almost using it as a shield to close the gap. If he throws any body kicks or any spin back kicks, he's protected.
So again, both playing this longer range we expect from...
Nice
the
left
kicking
hand there.
game.
Barely clipped him. Barely clipped Villa there.
Up when he comes in. He's going to come in. Nice,
Oh, that was nice.
He's not doing anything with those swift kicks. That I don't like.
He's scared of that.
Yoko/Mwasi. He's doing the same thing back.
You know, both these guys starting when they were tremendously young. You know, you take LeVar, for instance, 31 years of martial arts experience since he started at 5 years old.
Nice switch.
Good swing. Not a lot of results. Sinks into his guard.
Nice little hammer fist at the end from LeVar.
He can't reach. He can't reach.
There is a significant difference in reach between them two.
Villa switching stance to go southpaw, switch kick.
I really don't see the way he throws his hands is very reminiscent of damage done by boxing training. Like, he is spinning up to throw a point scoring hit with a boxing glove.
He's done a lot using his kicks to set it up. He's just got to get a little closer.
Like, none of those are straight line like Yakutsuki or Kizamitsuki. Oh, this is so ugly to look at.
Nice.
Catches a stray.
Hardwood score.
I think LeVar took that away just a little bit, just because he was more active.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the replays here from that first round. As we see them heading up inside to their corners.
That was the opening. The left fake with the right kick.
That's the taekwondo style that's coming out of him.
There are points here? That's
And
disgusting.
now he gets the cross. Doink.
That was not a connecting cross. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Good leg sweep.
So that was some of the ground and pound at the end of that.
Nothing.
And it's nice to see the kicking game coming to the forefront of this bout here.
Definitely makes more of an exciting fight, that's for sure.
I want to see the double kicks, like an inside low kick while jumping the other one. I mean, cool stuff. That means they can do it.
I got to say, that little lead kick to then immediately re-chamber without bringing the leg down was
nice.
really nifty.
Oh, yep. Very hard to prepare for, that's for
An unchambered kick after a previous kick is also not really effective. You're not producing a lot of power if you're not kicking off the ground.
Second round underway here. Now in the white pants, Via in the black pants.
Now they got the cobwebs knocked off, which you see some action. A little bit more action.
Overbladed stance.
Second round. Oh,
that was
nice.
Almost a double kick again, Cameron.
Guard.
Yeah,
there is no grappling under these rules.
Striking is over. Only knee on belly is allowed, but no grabbing.
Ooh, I love the distance management from both guys.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's a nice
right
right
hand from Laval.
First minute of this second round elapsed in fairly short order there. Oh, lovely axe kick to close the distance, but he eats a inadvertent groin shot. Lovely first minute of this second round elapsed.
See that again?
In fairly short order there.
That was not a groin kick. He kicked him in the ass.
Lovely axe kick to close the distance, but he eats a inadvertent groin shot along the way.
South down the border.
Via's saying he feels that hit him in the butt, but I'm sure we may get a replay to let us decide for ourselves.
Here we go.
Nice little axe kick.
Yeah, that was
kick right there.
on the glutes, like unpleasant.
The cup, and then the cup can get in there. That's why I wear those steel cups. I think it's a little bit better.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Do like the variation.
That's why the
kicks
leg
with
fencing is such an.
nice to see an axe kick here
It's
or
a bad
I'm loving
idea.
it. I'm loving the variety of kicks, the speed, the accuracy in both of these guys with it when it comes
Both
to their kicking
southpaw.
ability. But I think when it comes to their hands, they're gonna have to win it with the hands.
Yep.
Whoever is gonna throw not one technique but combinations.
See, that's
You're
what I
seeing
mean
a lot of
about side
one
kicks.
technique
Like,
and
yeah,
then
it
move.
creates
That's it.
distance, and what
I'm
else?
also seeing such little work with the hands that it would change the tempo, throw someone off to just suddenly switch it.
Why aren't they breaking them
Basic
up? They
stuff,
were still
setting up.
standing.
Set your kicks up with punches. And more volume in kicking, I would love to see.
I would like to see the other way around. Use the hands to set up the kick.
Exactly. Because the other way around, first the kicks, and then the hand is easy to count.
That's right.
That was a good timing from Via on that body shot as Lavar closed the distance, landed fairly cleanly.
Yeah, he starts to find his range.
And we talk about counter punches, counter kicking.
Yeah, moving out of the way, coming back from roundhouse, that's weird.
That's a whole lot more difficult.
You can summarily ignore the non-chambered hit.
That's interesting to hear.
Oh, nice.
The corner shout that you're close to the wall.
That's an ugly overhand there.
If you see Laval, that little half a step in, and then he backs out, he's trying to get that reaction from Villa. He's in and out, in and out.
Another reason I really dislike there not being thigh kicks is that people with that physiognomy, the long, lanky types, they really don't like thigh kicks because the geometry of their thighs is such that they receive a lot of damage from those.
The referee swiftly breaks them up.
I feel a spin kick coming. I just feel it.
Lavoie's got a really good one.
10 seconds, let's go.
Yeah.
Felt it.
Oh, I want to see that replay. That was cool.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see who landed what hit.
It was
No one landed anything.
The first one was the distraction. The second one that landed.
Oh.
So let's take a look at some of the replays here. Well, that was trying to get a time. There's the switch kick. Didn't quite
See, that's what I don't like about either one of theirs. arm game. Like, let's look at that real quick. He flails around in Kizamitsuki range because he is so bladed. He cannot project good punches. He cannot cut him off. Like, all of this shit happens. Like, he flails his arms around. He starts threatening a kick. If he had cut the distance, because he is so bladed, like, all of this is free. You can't really counteract. You can't move into him. You can't prevent him from doing the funny shit. The overhand goes nowhere. You go into a grapple. Like, what the fuck is that? The axe kick that completely whiffs.
Right.
Little shuffle side kick.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Is this the last one?
Take a look.
Yeah,
Rolling
watch
thunder
it.
just over
And
the top.
nothing hits anything.
What was the back foot?
What were you aiming for? Can I just ask? Let's see. He goes for the flare kick.
Yeah.
It's not even a flare kick, it's a fucking half-assed cartwheel. He looks for something with that heel, hits absolutely nothing because he cannot see the target.
It was the second kick. But it was the back foot.
What is that, a cartwheel kick?
Yeah, I guess.
It's not a rolling thunder.
That's not even a proper kaitengeri.
It's not a rolling thunder.
It's a cartwheel
rolling thunder.
kick. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mistaken.
I had a friend of mine. He was an older guy. He was my age when I was training with him, and I was like 35. Dude, it was so scary the way he threw that thing. Yeah.
Oh. You got a heel coming towards you
He was
at
a
high
cute
speed.
guy. It's powerful.
Third and final round underway here. Last 3 minutes.
They're
for
still back
Levar
on their
in the
shit.
white pants and Damien Villa in the black. Villa had said, you know, he wanted to stay on the outside. He wanted to react to Levar and stay out of that short inside range, but that's really nice variation from the Canadian.
Again, overhand, when you, as a karate-trained guy, have access to a gyakutsuki, which the trajectory is shorter because it's a straight fucking line, you should be able to produce force from your hind leg. You should be able to deliver significantly more damage.
Yep.
Leaping left hand there.
That's beautiful. And the counter kick that Villa had just before that was really nice as well. He's got a fast left kick. All right.
Throwing kicks completely out of range.
Oh.
With no consequence, too.
Spinning hook kick that Levar is known for.
Constantly counters with that left, huh? That's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. He kind of takes a half a step back.
I'm starting
and he's so
to
quick
think
with
that
counter
the
right
Vila guy comes from a Taekwondo background, just based on certain things he's doing.
Yeah, feinting with the hands as well. Levar still pressing forward. Starting to get outworked now, perhaps.
Yeah.
You got a minute 45.
So bladed. Okay, finally a gyakutsuki.
I love the way Laval closes that gap, gets on the inside. He knows that's where he does his best. He's got to get there. It's tricky, though, because when you got an opponent who moves so well backwards and throws that left kick, it's hard to get on the inside.
Yeah, he's been trying to get there.
Hey, walk him down. He's going to run out of space to walk away eventually.
Switching a little bit now to use the hands to get his way in. I think it's paying a few more dividends.
Good pickup. Good ground and pound.
5 seconds of ground and pound.
I like that. Loses the leg. Stands up.
Tries to work his way up.
We got a minute left.
Minute is a lot.
Villa, the one pressing forward now. Forcing Levar to...
The Vila guy has that tricky bastard physiognomy about him.
Trickling down the left side of the face now.
It's just a flesh wound.
Wow, you see the blood on the body of Villa as well from the last clean.
Oh, that was nice again.
Wow.
Now it was a roundhouse kick with a side kick out.
Good throw, nice. Love to see it.
Levar trying to get the hands going on the inside. 10 seconds left.
He's getting a lot more success from the grappling than he does from the striking. I understand there's a difference in reach at play.
We're going to see this one out. They tried a tornado kick at the end, but Too little, too late. Lavoie.
Disgusting to look at.
He's done enough. Nice little
Is there going to be another round?
and sudden death round.
Sudden death round, okay. Let's see if they uncork something here.
Round.
Now this is where we see who wants it more. When they think it's going to be over,
Yeah.
who wants this fight more?
This is dig deep territory, right?
Yes.
You dump your adrenaline, and now you got to refocus. We've had this happen a couple of times previously, and it always makes it exciting.
I really don't like that hard-bladed stance.
Oh, that was a nice counter. Moving backwards in the air, countering roundhouse kick to the body. I like that. And another nice attack. Good block by Lavoie.
There's a good blitz. Didn't land anything though, but he's got to stay there. He's got to stay there and throw. You cannot allow him to back up.
Go. Whoever wants it needs to go.
Neither one of them wants to stay in the pocket because neither one of them is confident about their striking.
A little bit blood next to his nose. Do I see that, or is it?
It looks a little red. Looks a little red.
A lot of high-level competition in the history books for Damian Villa. Represented Mexico since 2008 before he settled in the United States. He's actually been doing a lot of training with Luke Rockhold, teaching him Taekwondo.
Okay.
Defense from him as well.
I did correctly diagnose the Taekwondo.
Who wants it the most? They need to turn it up.
Yeah, you're going to start pulling the trigger here. A minute and a half left in this bout.
You need to punish people for fainting. If they throw a kick that's clearly out of range, they create that gap for recovering their balance, where you do have the advantage to swoop in.
Villa should blitz in there.
Yes. Oh, nice right hand.
Oh, straight and left cross. Straight.
Like, a reason I don't like this hard-bladed stance, one of the reasons, is because he does not have access to a Gyakutsuki. He does not have access to a good, powerful, well, I guess the colloquial term for that would be cross. He is too pivoted.
Nope. Lavog's got to do something. He's letting Villa take it.
That's nice.
Overhand left.
I need going.
Yes. Why would you stop and back up?
Exactly.
Don't let him reset.
Just blast.
Yeah, you've done the hard work again. Ooh, that's a good shot.
Yep. 20 seconds.
Yeah, you just gotta go here. Again, good shot from Lavoie to the body. Not doing a huge amount of damage, but it scored nonetheless.
It's very hard to score this one too.
They're scoring points. This is so bad. He tries for that fucking dead giveaway. Uramawashi. Shudomawashi, rather. Villa likely won on not Villa, the fucking Canadian. He likely won on points, but it was an ugly ass fight. Nothing about this was remotely good. This is why karate gets made fun of.
Get the official decision.
Drew, you're up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a split decision. Before we announce it, a big round of applause for both of these gladiators. From Canada, Robbie Lavoie!
I can see him winning strictly on points, and I really dislike seeing that. Let's see if the recent fights are any better. Let's see. Fights for his murdered brother. Was someone killed in the ring? 12 seconds. So I'm trying to pick out a more or less like a reasonably recent fight that looks interesting to look at. They never describe the background of these people in terms of what their training background is. It makes it difficult for me to pick out if I want to watch anything in particular. Blah, blah, blah. Fluff, fluff, fluff. Nobody gives a fuck. Other fighter profiles we can look at.
Representing Iran in the UAE, Muhammadi has weighed in at 169.5 pounds.
This is weigh-ins.
Corner.
Is that just the weigh-ins? Are there no fights here? There are no fights. I don't give a fuck. Okay, these are actual fights. Fighter profile?
Yeah, he probably can. Levi Marroquin, 28 years
Freestyle
old.
karate, whatever that
As
means.
you heard, a very, very tough ex-bat been defeated since stepped in.
Also freestyle karate, whatever that means. Okay.
Thick and
win a lifetime supply of Chipotle burritos if he's able to win this fight today.
Lifetime supply of Chipotle.
look at the movement of Alvidrez.
What is that? What is that capoeira
The referee
lark?
for this one is Mark Goddard. How fast is this going to start, Bas?
This is going to be crazy because
Alvidrez is ready to go.
He's
Okay, they cut that shit.
Look at him. The reach advantage.
See these are real fighting stances. These guys know how to throw a punch. Like you see the gigantic disparity between these guys and whatever the fuck we just watched.
It really looks a weight class bigger.
They're sizing each other up. There's movement. There's playing at different ranges.
Marroquin looking to move. Get behind
Hands are in play.
hard to figure out, man, a guy like that. Look at him move.
Good defenses, good movement.
We talk about Alvidrez taking the fight late, but Marroquin's got to prepare for a new fighter in one day as well.
Who's bigger, who's awkward, there's limited footage on him.
He's a mystery.
He was preparing to fight Askarov, who has 300 bouts.
Boxing hands on the Mexican, which is not surprising.
Switching stances the whole time.
Yeah, wow, he really is bigger, huh?
You know what's super interesting? You look, 17 million karate tokens have been voted on this bout, and it is nearly a clean split as to who the token holders think is going to take this one.
Nice, nice.
What was the weight difference now?
I actually don't know what the official weight difference
See,
is.
good quality work. Active engagement. None of that prancing that we just saw from the point karate guy.
Catch weight of 162 pounds. How does Alvidrez weigh 162?
Yeah, what's going on here, guys?
Wow.
Did he even get on the scale? Did he have time to weigh in?
Good range control, threatening hands the entire time, or rather threatening legs the entire time.
Pound weight difference when they weighed in.
How is that possible? How is that humanly possible?
Well, you said it yourself, Wendy's and Chipotle.
And Alvidrez is doing a very smart game because since he had a full training, and that was a backing to the pelotas.
Yeah, I saw that. He didn't even feel it.
To stay Mexican.
Balls of steel.
Marroquin threw a nice elbow on the break there. Alvidrez wise to it.
But you see, he doesn't throw a lot of power on purpose, I think, because he knows he has to conserve a little bit. And then once he finds his target, he's going to look at the back fist.
Yeah, off a question mark kick as well.
Oh, very nice.
You know, we last saw Marroquin in February of this year get a last dying second TKO of Andre Ewell. That was about that he was bad, struggling a little bit.
Nice, low kicks in play.
You see, he's not throwing with power yet, and sometimes he throws a hard shot.
All right, we had this palate cleanser. It's interesting to see how this would have ended, but we're going to switch over to play Pal World. If I find it in the capture stream. Pal World, there it is. Terms of service, I agree. Important notice for players using mods. Okay, I'm not using any mods. I am going to continue global PAL docs. Can save their genetic data on their PAL as well as reconstruct PALs from their saved genetic data. Saved genetic data can be transferred to other worlds. Oh, that's very cool. We'll think about that. So PAL cloning, basically. Should I set multiplayer on for the world? Would anyone hypothetically like that? Change world settings. Level 41. Let's also change our category real quick. PAL world. It's been a while since I've played this, because it's a gigantic time sink. Although I imagine it's more fun to play than Tekken, so... Taurus. No, I don't feel like tabbing out. It might crash. Oh, the game needs a moment to render. There are cakes. Okay, I'm gonna give it a moment to render. Why do I need the cakes? The cakes are used for breeding, right? Alright, it's been a while since I've played. Please bear with me. Which one is my mount? The Vanvirm is currently my mount. Everyone seems to be in good condition. Is there fall damage? Does anyone remember if there's fall damage? Ah, there is fall damage. Okay. Ah, yes. The way that the PAL balls work are now different because Sony, not Sony, sorry, Nintendo. Craft and equip a normal parachute. Okay, the UI seems to have also gotten slightly reworked. Open cake. This is where I present the cake, right? Large egg, large egg, large egg. What are we doing here? Why are we breeding the Dazzy with the Fire Yormund? God, it's so much to remember.
Yep.
Okay, check the eggs real quick. I think there was a storage issue I had as well. Craft and equip a normal parachute. Head towards the Descendant Desert to fight the boss in the PIDF tower. I'm not sure I'm, okay, let's remember that E is an attack button. Set egg. Set egg. It's been way too long since I've played this. Set egg. What are we doing here? Why do we need cement? A foxicle. Okay. I need to repair my pump shotgun. Need to repair my armor. How do we repair shit? So I need to set another egg. We probably need the cement for the PAL spheres, right? I think the cement goes here. Yes, it does. Bow schematics. See recipes. Which one of you uses cement? Neither of these uses cement. Why did I need cement? Let's go to the PAL ball assembly line real quick. Ah, you need cement, okay. It's not a lot. PAL box manager. PAL's in the base. Aha! Okay, so we have 2 that are down. I think we tried to kill something we weren't supposed to. Let's be mindful of that before we leave. They're on a 2-minute cooldown. How do we repair stuff? Ah, okay. We need a refined ingot and a polymer. This we can repair right away. Okay, that's good. Ice organs and ingots, okay. Polymer and refined ingot. I think we make refined ingots out of ore, right? Refined ingot, okay. Ore. Is anyone mining the ore? There's probably not any ore here. Now, we do not have ore available, so we may have to go to a different location. I'll figure this out. Bake the cake bigot. House spheres. What's over here? Okay, there is some polymer here, that's good, but that would have been accounted for. How is polymer even made? Polymer is made of high-quality PAL oil. Ah, where do we get PAL oil? I think we get it from the legally distinct mammoths. Also, how do we craft a parachute? Technology. Parachute, parachute, parachute. Barrels. Poison crossbow tombstone, okay. Glider. Glider is not the same as parachute, right? Kind of superfluous to have both. Makeshift shotgun, okay. Makeshift assault rifle. Old revolver. Single shot rifle. SMG, okay. Why is that not available? Meteor launcher. Dark grenade. Semi-auto rifle. Is that an M1 Grand? I search for stuff. Parachute. Okay, normal parachute. Level 5. Do I have... I do have the skill points to do this. Normal parachute. Wooden cloth. We should have both available in spades. Oh, okay, so I guess it's the glider tech tree. This is so confusing. Okay, I guess we now have that. Yay! I guess it's kind of useful. I am repulsed by the fact that it is, in fact, so similar to Fortnite. Okay, what are my attacks with the vampire? Okay. And I have a nightmare ball and a fireball as well. So we should be able to take down a Memos pretty easily. I guess that's how you get pal oil, I think. Do not have any other combat forms around me. Oh, we're out of range. That's unfortunate. Aha, okay, so exertion now works slightly different. That's okay. We are super effective against that. While he's on a cooldown, taking his breath, okay. Descend to conserve stamina. I forgot that you could also catch him. You don't necessarily need to kill it. I'm not wasting any of my better quality balls onto you. Yeet! Holy shit, that does a lot. Flying seems more stiff. Out of range. Oh, we're gonna trade. No, never mind. I stunned him out of it. Ah, he's dead, never mind. Okay, we got some high quality pal oil. What did we need that for? A polymer, right? Is that just an egg that's laying around randomly? A memorist, that's what they're called, right? Ho. I forgot how powerful my my Vanvirem is. Also grab some ore while we're here, because I think they do have an ore vein here, right? Question is, where do they stockpile it? Ah, there it is. Ore. Wood. Too bad that the inventories are not unified. Ah, another memorist. Just in time to be one shot. Not enough stamina. Yeet. I don't remember if that thing drops pal oil. Okay, polymer. Okay, let's have that manufactured here. I assume the pathfinding has significantly improved. Not sure what I'm supposed to do with the pelt. Hey, who the fuck are you and why are you here? Wandering merchant, you have goods in stock. Okay. Goods in stock is acceptable. I don't really need the meats for anything. Okay. What are you selling? Low-grade medical supply. Acid rain, interesting. Let's buy that. High-grade medical supplies, bones, high-quality pallet oil. I don't think we need that. How are we doing for money, by the way? Buy some ammo. Rifle ammo, handgun ammo, horns, pal fluids. Probably nothing else that I need. Egg. Alright, be on your way. By the way, no soliciting. Refined ingot. Do we not have an ore vein? I could swear that we had a source of ore in this camp. I may be wrong. Polymer. And I needed the polymer for what? For repairs, right? I need way more refined ore, too. Not enough electricity. Yeah, I think I usually keep you with me. So we're gonna need to find someone else to power the camp. Oh, the battle box is significantly expanded. That's nice. Which one of you do I need? So you loosen the camp, I guess. How do we pick stuff up? Oh, he's getting to it. Okay. Yeah, we need to redesign this camp eventually because it's no longer fit for purpose. Okay, the polymers are coming along. That's nice. This is strictly a gun bench. Meteorite ammo. I have meteorite fragments? Where the hell did I get those? I'm sorry, when did we unlock WMDs? Not that I'm complaining. Just wondering. A Cativa, okay. Okay, I'm gonna let them work, but I will also go take a quick bathroom break. You know what, I won't even change the screen, I'll just leave y'all to watch whatever is going on here. Ah, okay, we're back. Ugh. Okay, it should be good on polymer now. Dump all of that here. I really don't need the cement. Okay, collect all of this. I don't know why I need arrows. I think I use them for, you know, death by 1,000 butt pokes kind of situations. Shield generator, sure. Okay, so we need 10 pieces of refined metal. And we also need common ingots, by the way, and we need cloth. So we need 2 pieces of cloth and we need ice organs. Cloth. High quality cloth. Okay, set this to cook. I guess the fastest way to get an ice organ is is to go hunt some penguins. Does anyone know if you can still install that Pokemon mod that Nintendo gets very uppity about? Four ice organs. Does anyone remember how many of those I needed? Well, you've made your choice. Now I've made mine. Oh, hi there.
Yeah. Wah.
Get into the ball if you know what's good for you. Beacons are significantly faster than other flying mounts, right? Oh, that's a lot of fruit, too. Iceberg. Draconic Breath. Nightmare Ball. I like that the TMs here are kind of agnostic. I can teach any move to any of the mounts. I do like that. Oh, that's a big uns. We'll quickly collect those. Is that ore? That is ore. Oh, that was this still cooking. Okay, not enough cake. It's a very insensitive comment to make about your mate. We have cloth. I'll put it here. More refined ingots. Oh, we don't have enough for common ingots. Repairs. Okay, so all we need now is 28 ingots. The fastest way to get those is to go to my finding. What the fuck are you? Level 15 turncoat? Hawk? Are these like targets I get to hit? Okay. That is a tower. I hope that's the right base. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, this is different. forgot how cursed this particular part of the map was because of what I put here. Mostly because of this guy. I forgot that I put a literal hell demon into this part of the map. Do this not to over-encumber myself. I really need to move my initial base. It's impractical to have two bases nearby. Like, they're literally within freefall distance. Alright. Oh, that's much better. Collect these. I don't have a precious entrails. Okay. Nowhere to offload. You know what? I will just throw it on the ground and then the pals will figure out what to do with it. There you go. Let the dice fall where it may, and the dice is a piece of ore. Everyone's asleep. Do I need to produce anything? There's more cement we need to make, I guess. A huge feed bag. What kind of feed bag do I have right now? Where is my feed bag? Sphere module, what the fuck is that? I'm very confused. Let's move that here. Just a second, I'll figure this out. Key items, I guess. Bounty tokens. What do I do with bounty tokens? Ah, small feed bag. Large feed bag. I guess I could manufacture a bigger feed bag. Nothing is stopping me, I guess. Okay, no more room in the nursery here. Make some cement, I guess. Got nothing better to do. Oh, that's cute. Do I have room to offload these? What the hell are you? Ring of Dark Resistance. Grinning Toko Cap Schematic. I am so confused about some of the things that I have laying around. Poison organs, crossbows. Do I need to make another bag? Carving knife. Take this, put this here. It's the build menu. Storage. Chest. Yeah, offload these here. Large pal soul. I think you do stuff with it, right? Ancient civilization part. Okay. I guess no one's doing work. I may as well go to sleep until the morning. No one's working on that yet. Okay, we still need more common ingots. I didn't requisition any of those, I think. Or did I? No, I did not. I put it all into refined ingots. Damn, okay. That's an oversight on my part. Go get some more ore, I guess. I should probably start a clean run at this point, although I'm very proud of some of the stupid things that I've managed to achieve with this particular run. Oh wait, I could just make the amount of ingots I need here. I'll make it around 30, there you go. Be a pal, eat your dead pals. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. They seem to be perfectly fine with whatever I'm providing as sustenance. They have cows here as their food source. Oh, damn, he's fast. Can I sleep on the big pal beds? I cannot. All done already. See, the mining facility is set up very well. I'm glad of how I designed this particular outfit. Alright. Now we should have enough stuff to repair at least some of our equipment. Finding are still in the works. Okay, we repaired our armor. That's good. You do not need repairs because your durability doesn't go down. Alright, we ostensibly need 6 more refined ingots. Speed up the process real quick. Wow. Oh, there are no items queued on that one, never mind. I'll take these. Leave them here. Alright, now we can repair the shotgun. That's much better. What are other things we should aspire to make? Is there a better pickaxe, I guess? Blasmut saddle, that's available to us. Witch's Cauldron development. How do I reach Witch's Cauldron development? Grappling gun. I'm missing like half of the development tree. Large toolbox. Mega glider. I need to start filling out my development tree. Alarm bell. I guess it's because I don't have the points to get anything. Let's go find something to kill, I guess. We don't seem to have anything better to do with our time. I would like to know what the fuck is a meteorite bazooka. I do have it unlocked, right? Double barrel shotgun, hell yeah. I guess we lack the pal balls to craft anything interesting. Makeshift SMG. Oh, we do have the meteor launcher. Oh, I remember it now. Okay, I think I unlocked it right before I signed off last time. We need more meteorite fragments to make one, though. Where do we find meteorite fragments? Oh, this is so confusing. Why do I have a lamb ball in my storage? Get away from here. Do I need 2 flyers with me at all times? Probably not. We'll quickly pray at the pal shrine. Enhance pals. I have 2 large souls. Yeah, let's increase your attack, why not? Alright. Let's go look for trouble, I guess. I want to see what this is. Hawk. I need to unclutter my UI a little bit. Somewhere over there by the small settlement. Area discovered? And did I not travel through here before? Chess. Oh, now I remember. I tried to explore the Japan biome and didn't get a lot done because I found a thing that I did not have the pal balls to catch, and then I had to kill it, regrettably. Totally not out of spite. There's a level 15 area boss around here somewhere. Is this the spot? Nope. That's just a dungeon. Areg. Oh, there you are. R.I.P. and pepperoni, I guess. That's also a dungeon down there. I should go and... Should I go and explore it? I mean, there's a boss enemy at the end of those, so... You know what would be good? I don't have my exploration mount, actually. You guys look like fucking dorks. Relaxaurus. He's just a chill guy. Back shots. Oh, come the fuck on. Get into the ball. Stop wasting the valuable ones. You're an angry little bitch, aren't you? Come on, into the ball you go. I need to make sure that I re-ball him before the daydreams can get him. Alright, we got a Relaxaurus. Relax, pal. See what I did there? Alright, there should be a fast travel beacon somewhere around here. Somewhere here? Oh, there it is, okay. Does the foliage change with the seasons? I don't think... Now that I think about it, probably doesn't. Not rediscovering anything. I wonder if the bosses respawn, and if I can catch them. I just had a very bad thought. What if we could breed the human captives? I need to shut the fuck up. Wyvern. I need a mount I can ride in confined spaces. Hellbat. I think I would use one of the chillets, right? This one looks fairly advanced. Dragon Cannon, Dragon Breath, Ice Missile. I think I use this one as my go-to to ride in enclosed spaces. Yeah. Sounds about right. Okay. Where can we fast travel to? It's not a lot. Did I not explore that much? Moonflower. Sakurajima. No, that's right. Let's explore the Japan biome a little bit. See if there's anything interesting. See, I don't mind playing Pal World. I actually like it a lot. I think the gameplay loop is very good. I think the people who developed it had a very good understanding of what they were trying to do. Oh, those are pink chillets. Those are very, These are very high-level pink chillets. Okay, one of them is significantly down in health. Should be able to catch it now. Damn it. No, it died. Damn it. Okay, let me dismount. Whoa. What? Oh no, he killed both of them. That's too bad. I want to catch a pink chillet though. I'm sure we can find more. Yeah, maybe the giant sea dragon thing isn't the best medium for catching soft targets. Something with a little bit more control. Oh, damn, they killed my fucking Yormund. I forgot that the locals are fucking a hoot and a holler to deal with. Oh, okay. We're burning through pals a little faster than I'd like. Clicked off the screen. dealt with our assailants. Hopefully you're not hostile. I guess you are. Nice flash there, nerd. Get into the fucking ball before you die. Alright, I guess we will have to drop a sun on these people twice. They leave me no choice. Peace was never an option after all. Oh, another chillet. Okay, let's see if we can actually catch this one. To make sure to isolate them between each other. Come on, stay in the ball. You know you want to. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna try the green ball because we're about to run out. Whoa, okay, we're burning up a little bit. What the hell is that? Okay, lots of shit happening. Let me see. That's Okay, let's cool it for a bit. What? Okay, we got one shot at this. Okay, I guess we're a little bit under-leveled to do that. Okay, how do I feed my my pals? So I don't remember how do we heal. Whoa! Not the time and place to consider this, I guess. Unless I want to eat shit and die, I need to figure out what to do here. Yeah, we are out of all of our other pals who are combat effective at the very least. We're also very low on Pokeballs. We probably don't have the ammo to do even that. Okay. This is a rough neighborhood. But we now know why we want the pink the pink thing. Oh. Oh. Really? Yeah. Yeah. May want to get out of range there. What the oh boy. We may have fucked up by aggravating the local fauna. Notes to self, do not aggro things that you cannot decisively kill. We're actually out of our combat capable pals. We seem to be, oh no, never mind. I was about to say we seem to be out of ammo as well. The Savage Orient refuses to be subdued just yet. We need a better battle plan for this. Gormand was a solid pick to hunt the Chillets. I feel like the stamina limit is significantly more harsh now. And these aren't even boss chillets, too. These are just regular ass chillets, but they out-level me. The hell? Urchin. Okay. It's a new boss, I guess. Alright, time to run home. Alright. We have combat casualties. Take minutes to revive. Take 10 minutes to revive. Where did I leave my Van Varm? There he is. Van Varm. Have I successfully bred any of you guys? I wonder. Otherworldly. So what the fuck do those even mean? Xenovator. I am kind of lost in the sauce here. Alright, first things first, we actually need to think of acquiring a supply of pal spheres. We're running disgustingly low, and we need more refined ingots for that too. What is the status of the eggs? Huge frozen egg. Okay, that's a whole 40 minutes of incubation. That is cement. Cement is good, but we do not have enough refined ingots, so let's go and change that real quick. I don't remember if I can heal them in the field. If there's a healing item that I need, or if feeding them is generally enough. Ah, damn it, that's what happens when you don't play a game for... Damn, I think I've actually skipped out on a whole year of content. Let's just max out the queue here real quick. Extremely unhealthy due to neglect. Why are you neglecting yourself? Put him in the box to recover for now. You know what? He can ride with me for a while. That's okay. I don't assume we have the... There's a Palpedia, okay. Okay. When did I get... Why? When did I get these? Meteor fragment. Okay. Mimog. Okay, that's funny. I am so confused. That actually looks kind of cool. Did I not catch more Yormans? I guess I didn't find their natural habitat yet. Oh, I fucking remember you. Wait, but let's look at the tech. I need saddles. Glass steel armor. Okay. Memorous crystal saddle. Yormund Ignis saddle. Unknown items, unknown items. Wait, you're telling me that there's not a saddle for the gigantic murder scorpion? I'm kinda upset about that. Or are they just obscuring things? No, that's unlikely. Is there no saddle for him? Really? Oni Dojo, would you like me to set up a Pal World server is the real question. Okay, so the Van Worm saddle we have, the Basilmut crystal, the Basilmut saddle. So we have all of these saddles, but not for the giant murder scorpion? That feels like a missed opportunity. The Kitsune does look cute. Really? He's not a mount? You would think. Okay. I guess we need someone who's mountable. Xenovator, level 22. Mamarist. We do have a wide selection of beacons that we've been trying to breed. Am I not supposed to be using this one for rides, I think? It seems to be significantly faster than... I may have kept this one around for breeding purposes. I do like him swift. Okay. Let's turn back to base. I am going to probably hold a poll next time to see if there's any interest in Pal World, because I really don't see enough to warrant to make this, you know, a staple of the channel. I enjoy the game, but I don't think the feeling is can be sold to a merchant to a high price. Okay, I'm gonna hang on to that. Bones, Pal World, leather. Let's put these elsewhere. Wait, what the hell is this? Successful bounty token? Given to a vigilant bounty officer in villages and towns that be exchanged for rewards, really? What did this do? Proof of defeating Basilmut Cursed Tyrant. Simply possessing it permanently increases the stats of the pal on my team? Really? Okay, so I guess boss hunting now has utility. Players can enhance their abilities with these statues? Okay. I am so confused. Large egg. We've gained a stat point, okay. Why are we getting so many foxicle eggs? How are they being bred from a Yormund and the off-brand Raijin? I no longer understand what's going on. What is all of this? Why is there a bunch of wood in the middle of the... okay. Inventory, stats, enhanced stats, health, stamina. Our stamina seems to be lacking. Technology, okay. Dragon grenades, cool. Ancient tech, also kind of cool. Coal mines. Electric cooler. Production assembly line 2. We need to do some catching up. Leather chair set. Ground grenade. I kind of want the SMG. I do have the tech points for the SMG. Damn, it's probably an ammo hog. Mounted machine gun. Glass structures, okay. Slider module? Wait, excuse me? Equipping it adds a slider spin to the sphere. The sphere curves at a sharp angle, making it easier to catch pals off guard, increasing catch power. Okay. Refrigerators, ice mines, iron gate. We love iron gates. We love big, beautiful walls. Emergency exit sign set. I am so confused right now. Gas grenades, refined metal spears, electric mine. I kind of want the revolver just for the swagger of having a big iron. It's not terribly expensive to make too, so antique chair set. Compound bow. Somehow more powerful than a 357 Magnum, but sure. Summoning altar. Offer a slap. Wait, what? To summon a powerful pal to my base. Adequate caution and battle readiness is... The fuck has been going on with this game? Terraria collab. We had any Terraria heads in here to explain what this is? Air dash boots, an accessory that allows the player to dash mid-air when equipped. Anti-grav belt, an accessory that increases the player's jump power when equipped. Okay, good to have. Predator core. Lockpicking tool. Homeward Thunder transports you to the nearest base. Cannot be used in a dungeon and other similar situations. Okay. What does the antique dresser do? Remake? Okay. For storing large numbers of captured pals, any guild members can deposit or withdraw your pals. Set it to okay. Ring of Mercy. Ah, I remember that. Grappling gun. Okay, I'm gonna have to read through this a little bit more in my spare time. I also need to redesign this entire fucking base, by the way. What do I need to build a container, actually? Large container requires 100 ingots, so I'm probably going to build a large container somewhere on the base and then just demolish the entire thing. Yeah, that's probably the best course of action, and then I rebuild in a more fortuitous spot. If you like slight muscle imbalance in your arms, your left arm feels like it has more mass even though you're right-handed. I mean, first of all, as humans, we are inherently asymmetrical. Symmetry is actually kind of scary to look at. Whenever you look at something that's human-shaped but symmetrical, you're going to discover what's referred to as the uncanny valley effect. I'm gonna return to title here real quick, just because, fuck, Pal World is overwhelming me. I should play more of it. We're also on 5 hours of stream at this point. Let me quickly check what's going on. On Twitch.tv. Heard something like that recently. Well, yeah, it's fairly common knowledge. Living things are organic matter is very rarely symmetrical. That's sort of the nature of the beast there. There may be a perceived, like the best way to tell whether or not you actually have some kind of asymmetry going is to measure what's happening. Like just have a measuring tape on and basically understand what your asymmetries are. Let's cook just a little bit more. Let's quickly address something that I had hanging on over me for a bit. I want to try to run a hardcore mode of Ruined Nurse. Let me see if I can find it. Unholy Pal World. Ready or not. Ruined Nurse. Okay, there we go. Change our category. It's not a very popular game to follow. Games and demos. Let's set it to this, I guess. Still wait for Ruined Nurse to spin up. There it is. Okay, so. Oh, that we're actually supposed to be symmetrical. I mean, we're less supposed to, and that's sort of an organic outcome of just, you know, biology. So try to check what you're doing for your training. You may be biasing one side of your body over the other with something that you're doing. And from that point onward, just, you know, try to understand what's happening and adjust. Because I don't know your exact training menu. Maybe you're doing striking that biases the left more. Like you are naturally going to bias to one side, even despite being right or left-handed. Like I am right-handed, but for example, I fight southpaw. Well, that's not entirely true. I fight southpaw depending on the rule set. If I'm in a Kyokushin rule set, I will bias southpaw. If I am in a better rounded striking scenario, I will bias orthodox. Been doing good work with your core and legs in the past few months. Time to start running again. Well, see, examine whether or not some of your core work has uneven trajectories, because that'll happen sometimes. Like you'll do, I don't know, like a goblet squat, and you'll do more with not a goblet squat, like a rack squat, and you'll have like more emphasis on your left hand, or you'll be squeezing the weight with your left hand more, or something like that. All right, let's try hard mode. Oh no, before we do that, we need to set up Delcy. Always in creature mode. I'm not sure I want her always in creature mode, if I'm being real. Oh, I don't have her stuff unlocked. Damn, okay. Does Zul get new outfits? No, he doesn't get new outfits. He's already swag as is. Right-handed southpaw, true mana culture. Again, I am southpaw only when it comes to... Oh, the bunny girl is... It's not marked as... Always creature state. I'm not sure if do I have the coins to unlock coin shop? Oh no, I don't. I don't have enough coins for that. Let's run a quick session, just to a quick survival mode to rack up some coins. Yes, thank you. Goth makeover. Let's see. We give Nell a shotgun. We increase her damage, her frequency of fire. That way we never have to bother with fighting anything ever again. Drop rates, yes. Increase probability, and the rest goes into handgun increased damage. There we go. Our first run, let's keep the flashlight on. Alright, she's gonna mop up basically anything that tries to come out of the woodwork. Do you feel the weight bias more towards your left when you do goblet squats or chest presses, now that you think about it? See, there you go. All you have to do is examine what you were doing. Felt louder. again, there's going to be a bit of an imbalance. If it's something that you can repeatedly measure with a measuring tape, then it's something that you should probably address. Like, you know, generally starting with the underdeveloped limb is the way to go. What are you wearing? Oh, never mind, you're just... You look nice. 3 remaining. All 3 of them here. Do a quick ammo check. We're not gonna spend any points yet. Also, I need to wipe my glasses because they're all grimy, dirty, and I can barely see through them. The weight distribution, okay. See, something to address. Generally, when you're fresher and you're just starting any kind of asymmetrical movement, you just start with the weaker limb and work from there. Let me move the shit off of my desk so that I can maneuver. This is going to haunt me for a while. Fortunately, I don't normally pick stuff up on the run, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. My footsteps feel louder. Look forward to running again, actually. Feel the endorphins. How can you feel them if you haven't started running yet? Anticipatory release. Alright, we got 12 bodies to hunt down. Wonder where I'm getting the sun glare from. Okay, so they take 4 hits right now. I think I whiffed one. No. I don't think any more are coming here. I need to see if there wasn't rain on me recently. I should invest in one-arm push-ups or biceps or triceps on your right arm, only for a few months. Not necessary. Just train normally. If you have single-arm movements, just make sure that you're doing, you know, a comparable amount of reps on both sides. Like, for one, use a tape measure to see if there's even a problem to address. Single-arm push-ups aren't really a reliable hypertrophy building tool either way. Okay, let's open our extra side room. Yes. Already some ammo over here. Really don't need to do a lot for the next following rounds. You looked cool. They looked cool, so you assumed? It's not really... It's not that they don't look cool. How should I put this? They don't really do a lot. That's it. Like, you're realistically not going to do much single-handed, and hypertrophy requires a certain stimulus range. It's very difficult to progressively overload yourself on push-ups in general. I heard one more coming through. Okay, I definitely need the loot magnet because I got used to having it, and I no longer check my my own footing for ammo. Still blasting away. We have 5 warm bodies to find. Yeah, that was all me. Wait, no ammo spawned. How much is the loot magnet? It's probably something like 500 points, right? Magnet, 100 points only, okay. Ammo location indicator, kind of superfluous. There you go, that's much better. Probably a stage 1 unlock. I fully expect to wipe on the first attempt of hardcore mode, just because of how it is. Probably not going to attempt it today, because I have very nasty glare on my screen right now, and it's going to interfere with playing the game. And then I'm gonna cope and make excuses. How are we doing for ammo? Okay, we're getting scalpels now. Do I really need to aim down sights? I guess if I'm stationary, I don't have to. I need to make sure to not kill them while they're still spawning, because otherwise I'm gonna lose out on the loot they drop. One more somewhere. Ah, there she is. Okay, quickly swipe the ammo. 250 points. I think we get a shotgun now, right? We don't have the ammo for the shotgun though. We are only on round 4. I think we're gonna do a dedicated Ruined Nurse stream to run the hardcore mode. I think that'll be more interesting. Oh, fuck the aberrants. We're gonna have to deal with them by magnums right now. Yeah, having screen glint and looking for signs of a bunny girl hatching, probably not the best. Clear. I was about to complain that I can't sprint and ADS at the same time, but then I realized that's a stupid complaint to have. Anyway, let me check the other ones. Okay, these spawn ones. Usually don't. Should probably clip the other one. There have to be more aberrants spawning. There is no way that we're done with them yet. That one I should have cleared. We got this one. Not seeing any aberrants. Not complaining, just, you know, slightly confused. Up. No. There's our aberrants. Just regular shamblers. To make slightly more noise because the quiets are still staying away. Alright, I guess we did filter through all of the aberrants. Mag dump. Alright. We're barely getting any ammo to spawn. It's very odd. At this point, I would expect to at least get some shotgun ammo. At least in the creature drops. Shotgun ammo? Okay, we are getting some shotgun ammo. Just not too much. Okay, let's unload or unlock the shotgun for ourselves. Increase damage, yes. Increase magazine count, absolutely. I will not suffer a low ammo capacity. do I want to increase my movement speed is the real question. And not get clipped by her crossfire. Not that it does anything, but it's a good habit to have. Really? Oh, there you are. Remember, whenever you disengage from using a shotgun, you feed it as many bullets as you've just spent. I hear you. I hear you teething. Down, girl. It's a good thing that they did add the audio cue for when, oh, there you are. Let one hatch after all. One's clear. What's going on over here? Must stop in power. Clicker 6. Alright, she seems to have mopped up most of the aberrants. We're gonna switch over to our handgun. Because we are kind of low on any effective variant of ammo. Oh. No soliciting. Seem to be in the clear on this side. Alright, we're doing significantly better on points. We may want to spend a little bit on our ammo. Because the drops are kind of underwhelming. I don't like to struggle for ammo, especially in a game where I am bereft of melee options. So. Let's quickly do that. Probability of items being placed on the map, item drop rate, nil damage, let's bump that slightly. Handgun damage, handgun magazine count, not really necessary. If anything, the shotgun damage is a better use of points. Okay, we're cooking with our ammo. Someone got shot already, I assume one of the... There you are. Damn, they're coming around pretty fast. Really insisted with the aberrant spawns. But none over here. At least not yet. Okay, that one got clobbered on the way out. So quiet, we're going to ignore her. I hear you. I can hear one of them. There you go. Up, one more. Missed one. I do appreciate the very clear signposting that an aberrant is active. Emergency reload. Okay, we should up. Someone about to walk out. Nine left, really? That's a lot. How are there that many left? Alright, let's sweep our ammo spawns real quick. Like this. We're getting a lot of shotgun ammo. I'm not seeing a lot of magnum ammo. Is it because I still don't have the magnum? Or is it because that's just how the drop rates are coming out? Okay, the magnum is definitely a quality of life improvement. I have to dig around in the dark for my ammo. Okay, I guess it's time to switch over to my stopping power. Lock the magnum. But we do have a bit of ammo in it, so. Oh, I don't like this. I can see one of them teething. Down. I am probably going to retreat into the room. Just a second. Hopefully nothing runs up on me while I'm checking my phone. I can hear an aberrant. But it is too dark and the glare on my screen is too powerful for me to play out in the open. Yep, I can hear one of them. Nella's doing a pretty good job of filtering them out, I have to say. may want to boost her damage a little bit. Oh, I hear one of them. Yeah, I definitely need to invest into her firepower. I hate that you can't cancel a reload. That's very, very uncomfy. Switch over to the shotgun. At the very least, they are a self-solving problem to a large extent. Some of the odds happening to the light. Alright, there's only so many of them left, so let's pull the rest of them. Let's not drag this out longer than it has to be. Very unsettling noise. Oh, lumens are in play. And they are persistent. Yep, there she is. It's kind of dork. So the sound of my footsteps has disappeared. To crowd around the corner if I'm inside that room. Alright. Let's buff up Nell's damage and fire frequency. Oh, she was behind by quite a bit. And I would like to bump up the damage on my shotgun and increase damage on the Magnum. Okay. I'm gonna try to catch a couple of aberrants while I'm still out here. Not gonna commit to it. I'd rather just squirrel away into the room as soon as possible. Because the low light is difficult to deal with. it is a lumen, okay. Their eyes burn. Very unsettling. Okay, I'm gonna retreat into the comfort of my room. I hear aberrants. Fortunately, they also body block each other. Oh, I can hear a number of them coming. That's a lot of aberrants. I mean, I think we've killed more than there are spawn points. Probably want to save some ammo at this point. More aberrants, really. I definitely wasn't staring. I was making sure that she was close enough to catch all of the buckshot. Okay, the aberrants definitely spawn more than one per spawner now. Like, that is significantly more of them than you would expect out of a normal play session. Also, the extra ammo slots on the shotgun are the meta. Quickly explore in case there are quiets that need to be hustled. At least not around here. There's a number of them available. Can't get my ammo. I can barely see with this Teemo-ass flashlight. Okay, what are we working with here? Ah, there you are. Last round, and we will have coins to get the Dulcie outfit, but we're gonna play hardcore mode next time. I need to solve the screen glint issue. 800 points. More damage, magazine count, and also more damage for Nell, and more fire frequency, more damage. Realistically, Nell is just going to carry us. For shits and giggles, more handgun damage, sure. Thank you. I am not even going to attempt to navigate the open map. I'm going to stay in my room, and I will corner camp. Because I can. I didn't reload. That's bad. You need to reload before you start these rounds. This is now a 7-shot revolver. I don't expect anything to be able to make it to the door with the damage output of Nell at this point. I do appreciate the audio cues for the aberrants spawning. Like, I can clearly hear when teething. Why won't you fucking die off of... Really? 2 Magnum headshots and she's still upright? I'm kind of impressed. I think I'm sticking to the shotgun. Seems to have better stopping power at these ranges. Yeah, the reload is significantly better too. I can see why he made a hardcore mode. The regular one can be gamified and trivialized a little bit too easily. Alright, let's speed the process up slightly. It's all about coaxing the quiets out of the spawner because they don't react until you start blasting. At this low an enemy count, it's likely we're not going to see any aberrants. I can barely see anything. Nope, no quiets here. casting. Oh no, she changes in the cutscene as well. That's unfortunate. Return to title. No. Wait, but okay, title. Yes, I am sure I want to exit. Playtime 40 minutes, really? I feel like I used to clear that significantly faster. Okay, extras, coin shop, bunny girl costume, Delcy. What is this one? Abyssal School Bosol, Abyssal School Delcy. Okay, here's the Delcy outfit. I'm gonna unlock this. So next time we play, we're gonna have her walk around and hunt us. Kind of want her to be easy to spot. You know, easier than she is. She's a tall girl compared to the other zombies. I guess the white bunny girl dress is going to be a oh, that looks unsettling. Yeah, sure, why not? All right, but that's something we're going to do next time. See what we're working with in terms of crowd control. I assume most of y'all were filtered out by the Pal World gameplay. Yes, you were. You absolutely were. Let's see even if I want to raid out. That's a good question. You know what? Skin Deep. That sounds like a disgusting name. Let's explore what's happening there with Digby. And he did drop by to say hi. So we're going to raid ourselves into Digby. It looks like a fascinating game to play. He's not playing UB Slop, so that actually looks interesting, you know. So we're gonna wait for that to pan out. I thank everybody for dropping by. We're going to try to increase consistency and, you know, veer away from the yappening into doing stuff, which is probably not Pal World. But with that, this has been Kuro Onii-san, reminding you to pack heat. Bye-bye.
What are you wanting? It's the lunch menu only. The breakfast menu is not on, so don't ask for it. FBI, open up! Hello.